Sawa, karibuni. It's our show tonight. We are really doing well. Kazi yetu mnajua hapa ni kukuja to look at the status of politics and saying that we can do things better. Na upinzani tuko chonjo. Upinzani tuko chonjo and we will make sure that things work. UDA is trying to attempt to return. Wanajifanya venye wako na watu, but I don't believe that. Their optics will soon be over. Pole ya jana sijui ilitoa ngapi, but tutaangalia. Pole ya jana sijui itatoa ngapi. I think Kalonzo read, but I didn't check ilitoa ngapi. So Mr. Ruto nasikia anawandanganyia hapo Nyeri, and I hope we will be able to focus more, tuachane na uongo mingi. I hope this time around we will be able to understand some of the things he is doing. Sasa leo nimesikia ati akisema ati ameenda kufungua nafasi za kazi hapo Nyeri. Wow, I doubt. I don't think in Nyeri he will na niliona pia na some of these people I don't understand why like they pretend. The big thing is huyu Mutahi Kahiga, but again nitasikia watu wakiniambia sijui governor lazima aende pale rais ako, and this guy pretended. So I want to start with here. So Gachagua has to be very strategic wakati ya watu wanajifanyanga saa zingine wako pande yake. As well High Speed is in Kenya. Nimeona watu wamemfuata leo. I have heard like High Speed has gotten like 3 million subscribers in Kenya day one. Wow! Simutuletee hao. I hope people know High Speed. He is a very popular podcaster.
Engage your core.
We are here in Kenya. Kenya, my first time.
High Speed. Ndio huyo. Very popular. Sasa huyo ndiye he is in the streets of Kenya. Very, very popular. Very young boy, 20 years old. Sijui ni watoto wangapi wamefika hiyo level. No, 48 million subscribers in YouTube. I think very soon he will be like Mr. Beast. Yeah, Mr. Beast is sijui unajua lazima hii maneno tuanzie tukae tukiwaambia. Akombari ndiye huyu. The biggest YouTuber in the world ndiye huyu. Anaitangwa Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 459 million subscribers. Yeah. So naonesha hii mjue umuhimu wa kukuwa subscriber to certain to shows. This is what goes and keeps on building people. So hata wewe kama huja to subscribe, you need to understand like this is what it means. This incremental changes. Hata hii 459 million subscribers, it started with one person. I'm already a subscriber there. Mr. Beast is the biggest subscriber in the world. I think now High Speed is trying to to also, he is now at 48, so he is bado, but he is on the path. As an African, he is doing well. Although I'm not saying that Africans should expect less. So he is one of our YouTuber who we are boasting of. So Miss iSpeed 48 million, 3 million already from Kenya. I think he's doing well. At least hata akifikisha 100 million, that, because kama huyu Mr. Beast akona 459 million subscribers, that one means that is like the whole of US. Everybody in the US is a subscriber, because US is like 340 million people. Wow. Beast 48 million people, hiyo ni kama Uganda yote. They are subscribers. Quite a fortune. Yeah. So they are. You're sensational. So let me start with Mutahi Kagwe. No, not Mutahi. Let me start with tunamwita Mutahi Kahiga. We scrutinize what he was doing with Ruto. Leo amekuwa kwa kanisa pamoja in a certain church. Yeah, if you have good generals, you cannot have this embarrassment. That's why I practice hygienic politics. So I will not support this. So Gachagua was supposed to tell his generals wasiende hii mkutano. So I don't know why.
Uchokozi mingi. Your Excellency Daktari William Samoei Ruto, naibu wako ambaye ni Profesa Kithure Kindiki, waziri tulie naye CS, wabunge waheshimiwa walio mahali hapa. Mimi naona Mkami unacheza na baba kaunti, utafukuzwa nyumbani. Na Wakristo wote, wafanyikazi wa serikali na askofu wote wawili, Askofu Gerard Muriithi na Askofu Kagonda, na pia Canon Mbere. Hutchison Kariuki, wewe ulisahau kwamba mimi ulianza kuniita kanisa hili nikiwa mwalimu, hukutaja hivyo. Na Wakristo wote, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Muriega, hamjambo. Nichukue nafasi hii, Your Excellency, kwanza ni wakaribishe wageni wote wakianza na wewe. Najua wewe kila siku tukionana na kuambia unakawia sana kurudi hapa. Unaenda unazunguka, kuwa ukija mara nyingi ndio tuweze kuendelea. Pia
that is stupidity. That's a stupidity. Unakawia sana kuja. So this guy is not serious even with Gachagua. Unajua, there are some of the things which yeah, that one is not okay. I think huyu si wetu, so you should not even pretend that huyu ni wa upinzani. Hao ni wale watu ambao hata wanauza siri zetu hao.
Wacha nitambue Kiruga na MCAs wale wengine. Niseme kwanza nataka kushukuru kanisa hili kwa sababu ya mwaliko waliotutolea, na niseme I have accompanied you in every function ambao umeitwa Nyeri ya ACK, na tumekuwa na wewe na umekuwa support system yao nzuri sana. Sasa tunataka tuone naye profesa aingie naye sana humu. Niseme kama Wakristo ni vizuri tusaidiane kufanya kazi ya Mungu. Na kuna mambo mengi sijui kama president yote umeyasikia. Fungue tu kitabu vile wamesema, tuangalie yale tunaweza na yale ambayo hayawezekani. Niseme tu kwa ukweli, mimi nilipigia Rais William Ruto kura. Yeye ni rais wangu. Mimi ndiye governor wa Nyeri. Sijui kwa nini mnachanganyikiwa. I don't know. Sababu mimi nilimpigia akanipigia kura akawa rais, na nyinyi mimi sijasikia rais mwingine. Kwa hivyo mimi bado niko na rais, unaelewa? Na kama governor ni lazima nije nipokee rais, tuongee mambo ya serikali na tuko kazi. Siasa ikifika, mimi watu wa Nyeri wakiona sijafikisha miaka ya kwenda nyumbani wataniambia. Wakisema niwe retired tukae na Kagonda, nitaweza bebea Biblia. Na hii mambo si ni kuendelea. Your Excellency, as kulingana tuliongea na wewe juzi, ukaniambia ulipoangalia rekodi, the last time you checked the records, mimi nilikuwa member ya UDA full paid up. Si ni kweli? Sasa nashangaa watu wakiongea mambo mengi sijui nini. I am still...
The last time uliangalia record, mimi nilikuwa member of UDA fully paid up. That speaks a lot. Hatuna watu.
Still a member of UDA. Yeah, that's a fact. Na hata wakati unajua hii mambo iliwaka, wakati Itumbe aliwakishia mimi moto, watu ya DCP walinilima, UDA wakanilima, nikakupotea sijui niko wapi. Sasa nikasema narudi kwa hii raia waniambie nitaenda na ujue mimi sitaki kukaa kama wifi ati unaweza connect anywhere. Lazima tuwe na mpango, si ni kweli? Kwa hivyo mimi ningetaka niwaombe, na nimekuwa nikiambia watu wa Nyeri and everybody else, tutambue nyakati. Let us differentiate times and seasons. Ikifika ni wakati ya kazi, tufanye nini? Siku za siasa zitakuja, tuchapane, tuweke, mkitaka kutoa nguo mtoe, lakini for now let us say to support rais ahakikishe yale mambo angetaka kufanya. Si ni kweli? Hii ingine yote ni hulabalu ambayo itakuja 2027. Kitu moja rais nataka tu nikuambia, sababu Kiruga na wengine wanataja watu wengi wamepewa kazi. If they are working for you, and I want to challenge them here, simama kama Kiruga. Kuwa ukiongea juu ya rai. You cannot be working for a man and you don't speak well of him. Ama namna gani? Kama unafanyia kazi, simama imara. Ukiona wanalegea Your Excellency, ondoa tukupatie watoto wengine. Ama namna gani? That one is a fact. Na unajua mimi I shoot straight. Si ni kweli? Kwa hivyo leo mimi nimekuja kuungana nanyi na niwashukuru kwa sababu one of the things I can tell you, Your Excellency, Bishop Kagonda was very progressive. Wakati unapomuona pale, the ACK Mount Kenya West has been left wonderfully built all the way. Hata wakati kulitangazwa ikasemekana harambee zisifanywe, we were somewhere in Mathira and he said he allows you to go and join to build the churches of God. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri tukubaliane, wale ambao tunaendelea hata kule tumetoka, kazi ziendelee namna hiyo. I'm very passionate about haya maneno ya watoto ambao nimeyasikia, na pia tuko na our gender department, tunaweza kusaidiana tuone vile kunaendelea. Your Excellency, kwa sababu niko sasa hapa na niko pale, unaona sasa kama udhaa ikiisha kabla ya Ruringu haitakuwa picha mzuri sana. Your Excellency, wacha ziende pamoja kwa sababu ile ndio ilianza mapema, isiwe huyu mtu atatuambia atatukalia sana hii mwanaume tukiwa na DMM. Na tungetaka at the same time, Your Excellency, let me finish by thanking you very much kwa sababu me and DMM huyu tume engage na your team ya housing ambao wamejenga nyumba pale Blue Valley na hapa Ruringu, and part of the amenities they want to help us ni ile PGH, na tungetaka kukuomba sauti yako isikike hapo, ndio hiyo maneno iende haraka na mambo iwe sawa. Otherwise, I want to thank you. I do not know whether I need to call whom, Mwambogo or niita waziri. Haya, sasa okay, thank you very much. Ati nimefanya nini? Maridadi. Your Excellency, this gentleman, wakati ulikuwa nataka kumpatia kazi, majina ilikuwa inachanganyika. Watu wanasema ni Mutahi Kahiga, ni Mutahi Kagwe. Huyu. Sasa wanasema ni Mutahi Kahiga, ni Mutahi Kagwe. Sasa nikapigia simu nikauliza, wewe ni wewe ama ni mimi? Akaniambia ati anasikia kama yeye. And we are glad you gave him the opportunity. Na sasa nina furaha nikimuita. He is a neighbor to this place because Mkuruine tu ni hapa. Ndipo aweze kuendeleza sehemu hii. Karibu CS on Senator Mutahi. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is the community auctioning in Mount Kenya region. I hope people will reject these community sellers, community auctioneers. I hope Nyeri people will reject these people who are selling their community to the bidder. Yeah. Hebu tusikilize ya Owalo. More from Nyanza. Sijui kama ni project ama ni nini. Hebu tusikilize historia Owalo. Owalo bado wako pamoja na Ruto.
Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of delivery and government efficiency in the office of the President, Eliud Owalo, has declared his intention to challenge his boss, President William Ruto, in the 2027 general election. And Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of delivery and government efficiency in the office of the President, Eliud Owalo, has declared his intention to challenge his boss, President William Ruto, in the 2027 general elections. Now, Owalo made the announcement on Sunday during a church service at Nomia Church in Siaya County, stating that he plans to seek the presidency on the ticket of a political party he will unveil in due course. Okusa with more details.
Speaking with quiet confidence, former cabinet secretary said his decision was rooted in long years of public service at the highest levels of government.
I've today made a deliberate and conscious decision that cometh the year 2027, I'll be submitting myself as a candidate for purposes of the presidential race in the elections for purposes of the presidency.
Is this guy serious? Ama tu ni anaweka mpaka sura ati for the purposes of
conscious decision that cometh the year 2027, I'll be submitting myself as a candidate for purposes of the presidential race in the elections for purposes of the presidency of the Republic of Kenya.
Addressing the congregation, whom he noted form part of the Nomia Church's estimated 1.5 million membership, a base he hopes to rally behind his bid. Owalo said this experience uniquely positions him to lead the country.
I played a fundamental role in Ruto's 2022 presidential campaign. I brought Ruto to Nyanza at a time when nobody could imagine.
He cited his service in senior roles under former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, and in President Ruto's cabinet as evidence of his readiness to govern.
Politically, I've worked for each and every politician worth his salt in this country. And I've done my bit. But come 2027, I want to change the paradigm. I will not continue working for political individuals, but I want to work for the Kenyan people, the Kenyan masses.
Owalo, who is also the patron of Gor Mahia Football Club, hopes to galvanize the club's vast and passionate support base to back his bold march towards the White House on the Hill.
Including but not limited to Nomia Church, which is my church of birth, a church which was started by my grandfather.
His declaration sets the stage for a dramatic political contest, transforming a trusted insider into a challenger and signaling that the race for the 2027 has begun to gather momentum. Ouko Kusa, NTV.
Hiyo ni kura ya Wajaruo tena inataka kugawa ama ni nini? This is what I think. Ruto ameona hii kura ya Wajaruo ni kama hapati. So nyinyi simameni hii kura yote. Unajua in politics this is the rule. What you don't get, your opponent should not get. Owaro is not winning. And you'll also see other people coming out. So hizo kura zote zisanywe, alafu zile zingine zitabaki kidogo ziende kwa Ruto. So it's a path for opposition not to get anything in Luo Nyanza. So Nyanza kutakuwa na presidential candidate kama watatu to make sure waokote zile kura ambazo upinzani wanafaa kupata, alafu sasa Ruto apate zingine. And you know hawa, because hakuna pahali wanaenda, yeah, because this one there is nowhere they are going, so it doesn't matter. So that is the kizungumkuti.
Welcome back to Checkpoint. Now, Ida Odinga, the widow to the late former Prime Minister and ODM party leader Raila Odinga, seems to have a sizable control of the 20-year-old ODM party that is currently facing political turmoil. KTN can now confirm that it took the intervention of Ida Odinga to foil the much-anticipated ouster of the party's controversial Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, asking members to choose the path to dialogue instead of rocking the party. And as our senior political affairs reporter Chris Dairu reports, all indications point to a possibility of Ida Odinga and her daughter Winnie Odinga siding with embattled Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, hence leaving those opposing to retract and get back to the drawing board.
By now, it had been highly expected that the embattled ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna would have been ejected by the party's Central Management Committee, given that he has no numbers in the committee to marshal for his support. However, that has not been the case. KTN can now confirm that it took the intervention of Ida Odinga to calm the situation and save Sifuna from being ousted from ODM party.
Today, Mama called me and she told me, Sifuna, you look like somebody who needs a hug. I don't know. And I am eternally grateful, Mama, that I have come to your home and I've gotten that hug. It is going to renew my spirit and my strength.
It is my wish that we can preserve the party in his honor as a matter of service to our country.
The once vibrant party that spoke in one accord has degenerated into factions, each pulling on its side, as the party leader Oburu watches helplessly with his critics, arguing that he has failed to be a uniting figure like his brother, while others arguing that due to his proximity to Ruto's administration, he is unable to provide leadership and steady the ship.
Let us approach the problems of the party by always asking ourselves, what would Baba do under these circumstances? I guess your guess is as good as mine. I'm sure Baba would tell us, let us sit down and talk.
Mama, I want to tell you, there is no one in ODM. It doesn't matter how many times, how badly you've insulted me. There is no one in ODM I will not sit down with.
It will be noted that Ida Odinga skipped celebrations organized by mining CS Hassan Joho in Mombasa to commemorate Raila Odinga's 81st birthday, opting to spend the day with Nairobi politicians led by Senator Edwin Sifuna at her current residence in Nairobi. Conspicuously missing were politicians who are pro-broad-based government.
Cheers. Family ties should only apply, for instance, if those family members are politicians and members of that political party. So Mama Ida Odinga rightfully belongs to ODM party as a member, and therefore she has got a voice. Winnie Odinga is a member of ODM, belongs to that party, and therefore has a voice as a politician and a member of that party. And therefore they should not be estranged from ODM, but in their respective positions as politicians and members of that party.
I think Ida Odinga's hand should be everywhere there quietly. Because in my opinion, even when Raila was alive, she was running, she was doing policies in behind. So her hand is there.
According to political analysts, it is high time that Ida Odinga calls the ODM party leadership to order before the 20-year-old ship sinks.
It's possible that she's the one who is intervening, but this is how to intervene if you want to sustain the party. You simply go back to the founding principles of the party. The people she should be removing are those in government, so they can stay in government properly. They can join UNDA, okay, if she wants the survival of the party. But preventing them from removing Agnes Sifuna, that does not eliminate the contradiction.
One of the critical reasons why ODM continues possibly to suffer the challenges it is presently going through is that there was no clarity of a succession plan for Raila Odinga. And I think this could have been maybe a strategy on the part of Raila Odinga himself, but there was no heir apparent.
The daughter of the late Odinga, Winnie Odinga, is already on record opposing the broad-based arrangement, stating that the purpose of any political party is to capture power. Hence the need for ODM party to field a presidential candidate come 2027. Chris Dairo, KTN, Nairobi.
Hii mambo ya ODM ni noma. I think they are so, I don't know now even what to say when it comes to ODM issues, because there are very many mixed talks. We now don't know what to believe, what to listen to. I think now we have now to accept the situation as it is. Yeah, we have to accept the situation as it is now. So let's assume that ODM can only be saved by Solomonic wisdom. And I don't know if that Solomonic wisdom is with Ida or who. Big man is in Bungoma. Na wale wanakuja show, tafadhali mkuje. Others mkiniachilia hapa peke yangu. Big man is in Bungoma. Ruto.
Na hawa bishops na Wakristo waliuliza Mheshimiwa Rais kwamba wanataka wawe na kitu kama sanctuary, mahali kununua shamba waweze kujenga, mahali watu wanaweza kwenda kuamini, waweke library na vitu kama hizo. And Mheshimiwa was there present wakati waliomba, I'm a witness. Na Mheshimiwa Rais akakubali. Na alipokubali nilikuwa hapo. Na leo nimekuja na hawa viongozi wengine wote kutimiza maagizo ya Mheshimiwa Rais. Nataka to hand over in the presence of my colleagues here ambao wamekuja ile msaada Mheshimiwa Rais amenipatia kwamba nilete kwa kanisa. Iko wapi nani? Haraka haraka. Kwa niaba, shikilia kidogo. Kwa niaba ya Mheshimiwa Rais vile aliahidi, limeleta shilingi ya kununua.
Nataka muone hapo vile pesa yetu inaporwa, because I believe hii pesa imetolewa treasury. Tuko na shida bwana. Hey,
Shamba hii ni wapi? Hii ni milioni 1, hii ni milioni 2, hii ni milioni 3, hii ni milioni 4, hii ni milioni 5. 5 million from the president kununua shamba ile mlikuwa mmemuuliza ule upande tukiwa Cheptais. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Niaba ya
the reason why nimecheza hiyo video, nataka muone hizo bundles I want you to see the way that money has been bundled. Iko na hata tukaratasi imeandikwa hapo. Hiyo si pesa imetoka kwa Ruto hii. Nataka muone.
Hii ni milioni 3. Hii ni milioni 4. Hii ni milioni 5.
Those bundles
5 million from the president.
Hapo. Sirona hapa. I wish somebody can, hata ukiangalia hapa iko na hata muhuri. There is a circular muhuri hapa. Hii pesa it is from an organization, from an institution, a government institution. Institutions ndizo zinafunganga pesa hivi. They can no longer hide. Uwezi pesa ya donation uwezi funga hivi. Donated money uwezi fungwa hivi. This is money coming from a certain channel. This one from a certain channel. This is not private money. You have no time for this. Yes, pesa yako inafungagwa tu na mabadana. It's not badana. Hii kampira. Most of the time kampira. Lakini unaona imefungwa. It is even labeled. And they are even colors. Colors hapa. These are blue colors, which looks like stamps. Meaning that this is somebody else who packaged this money for you na anaweka stamp. Now definitely, you cannot donate money from your business. Haizi enda Weston aambia watu wa Weston watumane milioni 5 hapa na Weston wafanye pesa hivi. This money is coming from government institutions. This how you know this hii pesa sio yake hii. Anyway, but sijui kama ni wangapi. Ona hiyo pesa.
Kununua shamba ile mlikuwa mmemuuliza ule upande tukiwa Cheptais. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Niaba ya
those are modern day Christians. Modern day Christians do not care kama ni mnyama amefinywa damu ikatolewa, ama ni binadamu amefinywa damu ikatolewa, wanasema tukunywe lita ngapi. Those are modern day Christians. They don't care. They are just celebrating. Yes, we say it's our taxpayers' money, but whatever is happening now, you will feel it in the economy in the days to come. This is what is diluting our economy. Hii ngiri moja ya saa hii, it's like 200, miaka 3 imepita. This is what is happening now. Anyway, tuendelee. Any person who is thinking that Ruto is helping the economy or is helping people by doing this and not giving money this way is not being mean. Milioni 5. Did you see Kibaki, the most transformative president? Kuna pahali nataka monitore video moja ya Kibaki amepeleka milioni 5 pahali. Hii sio pesa yake. But again, we don't care. Tunasema tu sababu itaibiwa. This is what happens when you have rogue leaders and we want them again. Kenya, we are a sick country.
Naomba tuweze kurudi.
Ona hiyo smile. Kenya lazima tubadilike kweli. Huyo sio Mungu ameonekana hapo, huyo ni binadamu ameonekana. I knew this guy will be there. Huyo sio Yesu amepatikana hapo. Huyo ni binadamu amepatikana hapo, and we have to sound things as they are. 5 million bundled money. This one is what we call bundled money. Kisianga, karibu sana. Nataka uniambie kama pesa yako unaweza ibando hivi. Can you bundle your money there? This money has strategically been bundled. This money has strategically, look at that money, strategically bundled and labeled, hata imeandikwa. If you are donating money, you have not this time. This money is coming from somewhere. Hiyo pesa ilipigwa KFA, KRA, we mutumane milioni 5. That money has been bundled. Now again, because these people are not, if these people are serious, wange tupostia hii maandishi. If this church was serious, they are supposed to post, because najua hii pesa imeandikwa. But again, they cannot tell us. Ama yule mtu alikuwa hapa kwa hawa watu watupostie imeandikwa ili tujue hii mambo iko wapi. Najua sasa hii makaratasi ilitolewa na ikatupwa kwa choo. Inaitwa destruction of a nation. In your own eyes, as ni wenyewe mkiangalia, destruction of a nation in your own eyes. Odaya.
Taxes was so taxing.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Your Excellency, the Governor, and thank you for coming. We welcome you back home. All protocols observed, waziri wetu na viongozi wetu wote. Jina langu ni Kiruga Thuku. I'm the MC for Chinga Ward, Your Excellency. And Your Excellency, before I just mention something very small, allow me, Your Excellency, you are a good deputy who is in charge of all the. You appointed me to be the chairperson of the UDA MCS caucus, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Ungeweka mwingine. Sasa shinda ndio sisi kuongoza, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you know, we have our CS agriculture here. We have PS Carol Karugu, who is a daughter of this ward. We have PS Alex here. We have PS Anwangombe. Your Excellency, that girl seated right behind you there, Dr. Purity Gina. She was just returning aloud with her PhD. You came, you gave her work, Your Excellency. We have the CU National, who is the CU National Gender Commission. We have Ambassador Munyiri, Your Excellency. We have our Bishop Emeritus, who is also a chairman, Your Excellency. We have Dr. Buma Venke, Your Excellency, who is also a chairman. We have Mena Kamiru, Your Excellency, who is seated behind you there, who is also a chairman. And Your Excellency, we have Madam Karugaru Gachagua, who is also a commissioner, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you have given Nyeri County.
Unasikia anataja wale watu wote wamepewa makazi kubwa kubwa wa Nyeri. Sasa wanasifu Ruto. Ni kama ni favor. Wow.
They have a man called Douglas Keroshekaja to be the Inspector General for His Excellency.
Kwani they are not qualified ndio wanamusifu. You only sifu kama umesaidiwa. All those positions you are supposed to get them because you are qualified and you are able.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. This is the one government in which Nyeri has benefited the most. We are not leaving this government. We are not going anywhere. As I head towards conclusion, Your Excellency, you know, Mheshimiwa has done well. He has mentioned the projects that you are undertaking here, and I wish to thank Mheshimiwa very much. As mentioned, even those roads which are here in Chenga, Excellency, and of greatest notice, thank you very much for the Mwai Kibaki Hospital, Mr. President. You know, when it was still at the Kenyatta, those people would come and collect materials from Othaya and take them to Kenyatta, Nairobi. By giving us Mwai Kibaki as an independent institution, Mr. President, you've done us the greatest favor, Your Excellency. Now, you know, I was being accused of woman of Your Excellency, but thank you. As I head towards the end, Mr. President, this Chagashi irrigation project, Mr. President, we still have a small challenge. I thank the MP because he has been following up on the matter, but as the representative of the people of Chinga, it's important, I tell you, Excellency, when the PS came here, one thing he suggested is that because the committee that has been there have overstayed, it's been there for 20 years, Your Excellency, we need its renewal so that we can finalize that project. Finally, Your Excellency, I have a final word. I wish to say something very small as I sit down. There's a girl here called President. President, where are you? Come here, President. President Claire. Come. Come.
Jamaa amejaribu kusimamishwa, imekataa.
I want to very briefly, Your Excellency, you know, here we have a foundation that was launched by your digital strategist called Kiruga Foundation. And Mheshimiwa, yourself, Your Excellency, your deputy, and most of, even governor, most of the MPs here, they have contributed to Kiruga Foundation. We buy school materials, we take it to schools. Now, last year, I was giving geometrical sets to all grade 6 and grade 9 students in all the 50 schools in our sub-county. Then at Kihori Primary School, I came across this girl when I went to the class to give them the geometrical sets. The students told me, oh, kuna mtu moja hujapatia. I asked, what is the problem? The teacher told me, whispered to me, this girl is 12 years. Since she was age 9, she has been fighting, you know, cancer fast track her right leg. She was amputated. Unfortunately, they went to the lines, Your Excellency. Now, I gave her my number. I told her the parents would call me. They called me, I got a brief, Your Excellency. And when they were sitting for exams, we had to sit to talk to the education officials because the doctor said she had to undergo chemo and she was saying she had to sit for exams. So we organized the education officials. She sat for her exams, grade 6 exams, at nearly PTH. Through the help of friends, we talked with some doctors in India. Around the same time, Your Excellency, the doctor said, say much more. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. We are very grateful, and God bless you. Yeah, as I always tell you, I'm ready to make any sacrifice to remain on your side. God bless you all. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Your Excellency, huyo sababu naona ni mheshimiwa mzuri sana. Mheshimiwa Kiruga, mambo hiyo ya maji na
that is what happened in Nyeri. Now wacha turuke sasa kwa kampeni zetu. So huko tu ni kusifu tu mwanamume mmoja tu, ni kama he is the alpha and omega of our issues. So that is the unfortunate story which happened. So sifa tu, sifa zaja. Sifa. So let's listen to General Matiang'i.
hakuna mchezo. Hapa tulipi kufanya sarakasi. Taka sarakasi unatamani sarakasi na patikana. Wende pia hapo cheka huko. Uibe huko ganzi. Kuna wakati wa hiyo. Wakati wananchi wanatuamini. Ndio mimi nasema kila wakati tuko katika kinyang'anyiro. Tunataka kubadilisha maisha ya nchi yetu. Na tunataka tuunde serikali ya kuaminika. Nataka tukizungumza maneno kama serikali wananchi wanatuamini yale tunasema. Sio tukichezea wananchi kufanya msana mambo ya serikali. Nikizungumzia mambo mengi leo tukiwa hapa kwa kanisa. Lakini what is more painful and most painful now in the country that you feel about, there are many things that are going wrong. But for me, as a former Minister of Education, I'm so angry sometimes when I see what is going on. The painful and costly incompetence and chaos we're seeing in the education system. The most fundamental thing you can do in this world is kuplace mtoto kwa shule. Kusema mtoto anaenda Paul Kariuki, unawezaje kumpeleka shule ya wasichana? Kuna msichana anaitwa Paul Kariuki. Yaani unaona ni watu wanacheza na maisha ya watoto wetu namna hiyo. Na kucheza na nchi yetu. They don't care. Bora tu waibe, bora tu wapate pesa. Na wananchi, that is not why you choose.
Bora waibe, bora wapate pesa. At least hapo Matiang'i ameenda on offense. Ameamua kugonga. Go ahead Matiang'i.
Leaders. Sasa vile viongozi wengine wamesema hapa, it's chaotic. Hakuna mtu anaweza kukuambia ni kitu gani inaendelea. Hata wao wenyewe ukiwauliza vizuri hawezi kukuambia ni kitu gani inaendelea because hawaelewi. Ndio tunasema sisi tuko tayari kufanya hiyo kazi kwa sababu tunajua kuifanya. I am ready to do it. Na tutabadilisha. And I promise you will never see that kind of chaos. Ukipata nafasi, you will not. Tulikuwa tunatoa mtihani before Christmas. Na barua tunaambia wazazi mprint barua before Christmas. Mzazi ukienda Christmas unajua jana ni mtoto ataenda wapi. Na mimi mtu hawezi kunipea lecture kwa hili jambo. Kwa sababu mimi nalielewa. I understand it like the back of my hand. Kwa sababu tuko na pesa ya kutosha. Haja kuambia wazazi waende kulipa 9,000 shillings kwa wizi wa mali ya serikali, wizi wa fedha za serikali, fanya wananchi wetu kama watumwa kwa nchi yao. Ndio sasa wananchi pia unajua haya ni mambo ambayo tunaelewa kabisa. Tumeyafanya kule mbeleni. Tunaweza kurekebisha hiyo within a very short time, na hata utashangaa it will just work properly. Hii confusion hii unaona hapa hii, kila mtu historia anasema badala ya kupanga kazi unashindwa kwa nini tunawalipa mshahara. Na confusion huko kwingine ni story na tusi ni nini. Ndio sisi tunakubaliana na tunamfuata kiongozi wetu Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta. Chama chetu cha Jubilee vile katibu mkuu amesema sisi hatuna shida na mtu yeyote. Ile shida tuko nayo ni uongozi duni na uongozi mbaya wa hawa ndugu zetu ambao katika uongozi. Ni viongozi wetu, they are fellow citizens, hatuwezi kuwatuzi, lakini unajua hata ndugu yako unaweza kumpea kazi imshinde. Mwambie kwa sababu wewe ni ndugu yangu, kazi imekushinda, wewe tukutane kwa mama nyumbani, nitakuletea ugali huko, wewe kaa nyumbani mimi nifanye kazi. Na ndio tunawaambia namna hiyo, kazi imewashinda, kuna haja ya kubishana na nyinyi, kuna haja ya kuwatusi kwa sababu hiyo sio solution. Sasa nyinyi asanteni sana, pangeni vitu vyenu mzuri sana na amani bila shida. Sisi tutafanya, tuko tayari kabisa kuifanya. Na wananchi wenyewe watajionea vile tutaifanya. Wazi kabisa. Tafanyika na mtaona. Tarudi mtindo ule mimi nilikuwa naamkia mashule asubuhi kuangalia wazazi wasumbuliwe, eti tunalipa extra fees na mambo kama haya. Ningependa
one thing I want to suggest, because it's very urgent and very important, even within these 19 months that are left for this administration, can they actually have an urgent consultative meeting with critical role players in the education sector to save the parents the pain of this madness? I mean, get the professionals, the secondary schools heads association, the Kenya Primary Schools Heads Association, get the unions, get the parents association, get the faith-based leaders, kwa sababu kanisa has invested heavily in education. In fact, there is no way this country would have moved forward in education without the church. Kanisa imeegeza kabisa kwa elimu. Ukiangalia shule zetu zote kubwa, nyingi zilianzishwa na kanisa. Tafadhali nawaomba hawa ndugu zetu wako kwa serikali, kwa sababu kwa hapo kwa hii miezi 19 iko mbele yetu. Si sasa muite hawa wote wasee wa kanisa, viongozi, professional leaders kwa room, wengine wawaeleze the pain and the challenges that the parents are facing. Can we solve this chaos that you have created in the education sector? Sababu sasa tunaendaje Singapore na ushezi kama huu? Yeah. Sasa ni story tu, yani kazi inashinda, tunaanza story ili tusahau yale iko hapa, tunaanza kusoma kuambia habari ya Singapore. You can't place children in school. The most basic thing on earth, you can't. You are not able to explain why you reduced the capitation. You can't explain. Watoto wale wa class 6, grade 6, are moved on. The results are not out. They don't know what has happened. Tunaelekea Singapore tukiwa hivyo. Tafadhali kidogo itana mkutano hawa wote, critical role players wote, please consult. There are people who can give you free advice. Wawasaidie. The pain and chaos in the education sector is costly to this country, very costly. Kwa watoto wakipoteza mwaka moja, maisha yao imepotea na mambo kama haya ambayo yanasumbua wazazi. There are so many parents who can't take their kids to school this January. Tafadhali ninawaomba. Na kuna mambo mengine mengi tunahitaji kushughulikia tukiwa pamoja. Mimi nawaomba ndugu zangu na dada, kwanza sisi kama kanisa, ninyi kama Wakristo, tuendelee tu vile moderator wetu ametuhubiria leo. Tuendelee kuombea nchi yetu, tukae na amani, tukae na utengamano. We are all one people, brothers and sisters. Unajua, tukiwa na viongozi ambao wako na shida kama hawa, unaona mambo ikiwa magumu, utaona wameanza kugawanya watu, kwanza kuzungumza maneno ya ukabila, sijui ni nani anafanya hii, sijui ni nini 41 verses, I don't know what. Utaona hiyo maneno namna hiyo. Wananchi, ninawaomba tafadhali, tusikubali safari nyingine story kama hizi. Tuungane sisi wote pamoja, tumuombe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye ni mmoja, tukae kama ndugu na dada, we ensure that our country remains peaceful and stable. La mwisho, mimi nakubaliana na moderator vile alisema, God is intentional. Labda hata tunapitia hizi changamoto zote wakati huu ili tusome na tuelewe hakika kwamba tukiingia kwa voting booth, that is very important. The decision you make when you are there is very important. It will determine whether your child goes to school or does not go to school. So ufikirie, hata ukiletewa pesa, sababu unajua watu kama wamepora, watu wako kwa wash, watu wako kwa wizi, pesa lazima wawe na pesa ama namna gani? Lazima wawe na pesa. Sema tuchukue zote, tusipige kelele, twende pole. Ni kweli vile Secretary General wetu amesema. Nimetoka Mombasa leo asubuhi, nilikuwa Kwale, nilikuwa Mombasa, nimeongea na watu wa Kilifi, nakuta viongozi wengi, grassroots leaders. Shida ni hii. I was in Kwale in a meeting where a lady stood up and she spoke and almost drove all of us to tears. Kuhusu maneno ya SHA. Katuambia, unajua kuna mradi ule uliletwa na serikali yenu ya Jubilee, ulikuwa unaitwa Linda Mama, ulikuwa unatusaidia. Mimi nawahakikishia, if you trust me, mkinibia hiyo maneno, nitarudisha Linda Mama.
Someday my friends will come.
And we will clean up this madness that you are seeing wametuletea katika sekta ya elimu. Then we manage our country properly so that people know what needs to be done and so on. Kwa sababu we have the capacity, we have the resources, and we have people who love their country who want some work to be done. Na tutashirikiana sisi wote. Haya maneno mnasikia, usisikie hii porojo ya watu wa serikali tu, watu wa upinzani watakuja. Hayo ni maombi yao ambayo mimi na hakika Mungu hata yajibu. Sisi tusambaratike, hatuwezi. Tutaendelea kuzungumza pamoja, tunafanya kazi sisi wote pamoja, tunazungumza na wale ndugu zangu wengine, Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, Mama Martha Karua, ndugu yangu Eugene Wamalwa, ndugu yangu George Natembeya, na wale wengine wengi viongozi wa vyama ambao wako huko akina Peter Munya wa PNU. Tutazungumza sisi wote pamoja sababu Kenya ni moja. Na tunajua sisi nyinyi wananchi mnataka tukae pamoja. Kuna mtu anataka tusambaratike hapa? Hapana. Mnataka tukae pamoja na tutakaa pamoja. Na hayo maombi yao ya kusema hizi tusambaratike, that is their hope, lakini sisi tunasema washindwe. Tutakaa pamoja na tutaendelea kukaa pamoja kwa hiyo barabara. Mjadala tuko nao, polepole tutazungumza na wao viongozi wengine wako na uzoefu wa siasa hata kuliko mimi. Tunawasikiza na tunashauriana polepole. Mungu atatuwezesha tusiharibu nchi hii because this is our only home on earth. Na tutahakikisha kwamba safari hii tutaenda moja kwa moja mpaka mwisho, tusaidie nchi yetu, tubadilishe maisha ya watu wetu. Slogan yetu na mpango wetu mwaka huu wa 2026 ni kwamba sisi we want to restore Kenya to the path of progress. Hiyo ndio focus yetu. We want to restore Kenya to the path of progress. Restore Kenya. We return Linda Mama. We return free education the way it was basic education. We return a secure country that is predictable. Si haya mambo unaona hapa eti watu wanapewa vitambulisho foreigners who are not Kenyans. Si mnajua hiyo maneno? Eti kwa sababu watu fulani wanataka kutafuta namba za kura. Kwanza kudanganya watu eti unajua grupu fulani nayo imezaa zaidi, imefikia kama zile namba za mlima. Ushetani kama huo na ushenzi kama huo Mungu hatakubali. Sisi tukae imara, tuchunge nchi yetu. Na hakika Mwenyezi Mungu atatusaidia, tutaenda na tutasimama imara kwa haya maneno. Wale wengine wako kwa serikali tunawaheshimu. They know we can be firm and they know we can be serious about the things we are saying. Tusiseme siku itakuja hata hii ya kura, tusikuja tutatoa shati tukutane huku. Alafu tuelezane. Na tueleze Wakenya yale mengine mengi ambayo watu wanafikiri hatuwezi kuwaeleza. Wanatusi sababu hatutusi Wakenya wenzetu, hao ni watu ambao wanaweza kuwa kwa vyama vingine, hata kwa chama ambacho kinatawala kuongoza nchi yetu. Ni hakika kila mtu anaona, lakini matusi hatuwezi kuwatusi ama kuwakosea heshima. Tutapelekana nao moja kwa moja, na wakati ule sasa itatangazwa rasmi vizuri tuanze relay. Basi ile Mheshimiwa Collins amesema hapa, tutatoa plani yetu na yao, nyinyi wenyewe mtajiamulia. Si wamesema wao ndio wamekuwa kitu challenge, tutoe track record. Tutauliza maswali kuhusu ya ahadi ngapi zilitolewa na ngapi zimekuwa. Tumefika mahali very ridiculous things are told to the public, like we'll bring machines to make 1 million chapatis, we'll do what silly things like those. Tutakumbusha wananchi hizo vitu zote wakati huo. Kwa hivyo tuendelee namna hiyo, tuweke amani
Wow, serious speech. Hapo I think Matiang'i is becoming presidential. It seems to, I think Matiang'i kampeni yake ni kama ndege. Kampeni ya Matiang'i ni kama ndege vile inaendanga kwa hewa pole 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 pole. He seems not to have a concept. But Matiang'i It seems kuna vile like ana crime attitude is climbing. The guy seems focused. The guy seems focused. Huyu jamaa, I have listened this speech and is very very presidential.
Ninawashukuru sana nyinyi viongozi na Wakristo wa parish hii ya Mguga. Asante sana kwa kutukaribisha. There's nothing better someone can do to you than give you an opportunity to worship at the feet of Jesus. Mumetupea nafasi tukaabudu na nyinyi leo kwa kanisa hili. Na moderator mimi, hawa viongozi tuko nao kwa sababu mmekuwa wakarimu. Sisi tutatoa mchango wetu, tuko na zawadi tutatoa kwa kikundi cha hawa wanaume, na pia tutatoa zawadi kwa wale vijana walituimbia pale nje tuliona, ambao wanakuwa kupitia kwa moderator wetu. Na poleni sana kina mama, tumeambiwa hapa wakati tumekuja kwamba mmoja wenu.
Wow. That is very powerful. Tutatoa mchango wetu pale. He is not like trying to show the amount of like a show. Tumepeana milioni moja kwa hao. Unajua there's something I want us to learn here. Tumetoa milioni moja hapa sijui ni. And it's not like ati watapeana pesa yao. Watapeana but
tuko na zawadi tutatoa kwa kikundi cha hawa wanaume. Na pia tutatoa zawadi kwa wale vijana walituimbia pale nje tuliona, ambao wanakuwa kupitia kwa moderator wetu.
But frankly speaking, I would love a president who speaks like this. I would love if that is his demeanor, the way he is speaking. Hey, wow. Ni kama Kalonzo ameanzia anyway, tuko team moja anyway, there's no problem. So anyway, our team is having the best anyway. There is Matiang'i. Unajua hata tukua na ndovu mingi ndio mzuri. But Matiang'i is coming up.
Na poleni sana kina mama, tumeambiwa hapa wakati tumekuja kwamba mmoja wenu amepoteza bwana yake. Mwambie pole sana. Nimemwambia secretary wenu kwamba kwa hiyo bill mmesema mkonayo hapa ya hospitali ya 250,000. Sisi na hawa viongozi tutatoa mchango wetu tuone kama tunaweza kuibalisha hii mwezi wa shirika. Kwa hivyo nyinyi wa mama wetu,
there is a tactic nataka tusome hapa kwa Matiang'i. Matiang'i ataji pesa. There is a tactic. Ataji nasema tukua na hao viongozi very inclusive, tukua na hapa viongozi tuone kama hiyo bill tunaweza imaliza. Already ashasema, you know, if it was mtu wa kujionyeshana angesema hiyo bill ya 250,000 tumemaliza. I want you see the packaging hapa. Unajua that's why this is one of the best speech from Matiang'i. This is the best. So Bwana Innocent, you need to come and defend this speech. It's the best. Na unaniambia unatusikiliza chini ya curtain, but this is the Matiang'i I want. Frankly speaking, I'm learning something from him. Actually, this is a speech I'm learning. Hapa nasoma sasa. Hapa niko na mwalimu.
Na poleni sana akina mama, tumeambiwa hapa wakati tumekuja kwamba mmoja wenu amepoteza bwana yake. Mwambie pole sana. Nimemwambia secretary wenu kwamba kwa hiyo bill mmesema mko nayo hapa ya hospitali ya 250,000. Sisi na hawa viongozi tutatoa mchango wetu tuone kama tunaweza kuibalisha ili mwenzenu ashiriki.
Tutatoa mchango wetu tuone kama tutaimaliza. So he is not saying tutatoa 250,000. Hiyo 250,000 nimetoa. Wow. But hata hakuna pali nimeisikia mtu kama Kibaki. I think there is somebody who trying to compare Matiang'i to Kibaki to some extent. Sijasikia Kibaki amesema na nimetoa 500,000. I didn't hear.
Kwa hivyo nyinyi ni wamama wetu na hakika mumejitolea, na tutakaa nanyi tushirikiane na nyinyi kwa yale ambayo mnayoyafanya. Mmoja wenu akiwa na shida, akifiwa, sisi sote tuko katika familia ya Kristo. Ni kama ni mmoja wetu amepata hiyo shida. Kwa hivyo saa hii leo mchana tutaongea na secretary saa hii tuhakikishe kwamba tumeshirikiana na nyinyi kusaidia yule mwenzenu ambaye ako na hiyo shida imuondokee ili apate kuzindikiza mpendo wake. Mungu na wabariki ndugu zangu. Na
Njero Maora, sina maoni. Go ahead.
Mukiendelea mbele
That is Matiang'i speaking. I approve that. So Paul Kisianga anasema ati Kioni will mess up him up. I hope he is aware of that. So Bwana Innocent. Bwana, your candidate is good. Sasa hapa tunaweza ingia sasa.
Pale naogopa habari Jiro. Pale naogopa ni Azimio wajatoka ama wanagoja baka to be the next year because member of parliament. Hiyo ndio naogopa. Lakini nimeona Matiang'i ameanza kusapoti hiyo Gachagua ameputi kwa wow about children, no schools. He's supporting that. That is good. And another thing niliona pale ni vile Kasongo tu anakibiza huyu mtoto wa Siba, sijui ni nini baya. Anamkibisha tu, amepiga watoto na tiangasi. Umeona hapo? Umeona hapo Jiro?
Unasema
pale watoto. Nasema umeona pale watoto wamepigwa na tear gas kwa kanisa.
I saw it in the passing. Ilikuwa kanisa wapi tena?
Ilikuwa Githunguri. Ilikuwa huko Kiambu, inaitwa nini? Kiambu North or what? Pale ule MP aliua, kunaitwaje hapo karibu na Moses Kuria Kiambu.
Wacha tuone. Okay, wacha nicheze. I hope atatuonesha. You mean maneno ya tear gas bado haijaisha Kenya? Although unajua wanasema Gachagua ndio ujitia gas
Hata saa hizi kuko mtu alikuwa anasema hivyo. Gachagua alienda kanisa pale akapigwa.
Every extra pop.
Polisi wanarushia watoto tear gas. Very disturbing.
Watoto waoge macho.
What began as a Sunday church service in Gatundu South ended in chaos, panic, and disturbing images that have since spread rapidly across social media. Children crying, women struggling to breathe, tear gas drifting through a church compound. At the center of the incident is former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, popularly known as Riggy G, and a heavy police operation that unfolded around the AIPCA church where he was reportedly attending church service.
Polisi wanarushia watoto tear gas. Very disturbing.
Watoto waoge macho.
Polisi wanaendelea kurusha tear gas kwa church. We are in church at the moment at AIPCA in Gatundu South. Polisi wamerusha tear gas ndani ya church na iko na shule ya wanafunzi. Share and make sure William Ruto sees this. This bad habit. Anaongea kuhusu watoto na shule. Look at what he's doing. Very, very, very bad.
These events, reported on January 11th, 2026, have triggered outrage, political backlash, and serious questions about the conduct of security agencies. Eyewitness accounts emerging from Gatundu South describe a calm Sunday morning abruptly disrupted by police action. According to multiple posts on X and circulating videos, a large contingent of police officers have been deployed around the AIPCA church. The deployment coincided with Gachagwa's presence in the area.
Jina. Umetoka wapi Kashie? Nani amewatuma? Bulinda nimetoka Kashie. Nani amewatuma? Nimekuja kusaidia shughuli ya mheshimiwa Timu Kawajiko. Na sauti.
Sasa huyu ni guni mmoja I think alikamatwa na watu, sasa anakuwa interrogated na anasema alitumwa na Kawajiko. Kawajiko ni kale Kagege 01. Sijui kama Jerome unajua kwa Kagege 01?
Nakajua kajinga kaka Kagege kakonia.
Unajua tunakaitaka Kagege 01. Unajua mashida zote za Wakikuyu zilianzia hapo. Nikamutuka nusu sana. Ni tunakaitaka Kagege 001.
Wajui Kiambu. Wacha wataonyesha Kiambu vile inacheza. Wote. Wakicheza
nimekuja huko jiko kwa sababu ya mheshimiwa Kawajiko. Mtanizo nikae.
Hapana, mama hivyo.
Sunday's incident does not stand alone. Earlier, the story of Rigathi Gachagwa's political comeback in Mount Kenya is no longer just about rallies and speeches. It is about roadblocks, tear gas, guns, churches, and a growing claim that state power is being quietly weaponized to suffocate a political rival in broad daylight. What unfolded in Nyeri exploded in Kagio and resurfaced dramatically today in Gatundu paints a consistent and troubling picture. Supporters say this is not coincidence. They say it is a pattern, and they call it the goons game. The tension begins day before Kagio on January 8, 2026, ahead of a planned public engagement in Nyeri town. The former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua raises a public alarm. He alleges that armed goons, some carrying crude weapons like clubs, are being openly escorted by police officers, not chased, not arrested, escorted. Gachagua publicly questions the Inspector General of Police, pointing to President William Ruto's own public orders against the use of guns in politics. Yet, according to his claims, officers on the ground allegedly look the other way as residents are harassed. This moment matters because it sets the tone. Nyeri is not a random stop. It is central Mount Kenya, politically symbolic, historically influential. If intimidation can happen here, it can happen anywhere. And then comes Kagio. Friday morning, January 9th, Gachagwa's motorcade heads towards Kagio, Kirinyaga County, for what is expected to be a major political rally. The atmosphere is charged but hopeful. Supporters line roads, local leaders mobilize. Then at Sagana, everything changes. The convoy runs straight into resistance. Roadblocks appear, spikes reportedly laid across the road, tear gas fired, claims of live ammunition surface. According to accounts from Gachagwa's camp and circulating videos, suspected goons, allegedly under police escort, attack vehicles in the convoy. Media equipment is vandalized, cars are damaged, one security officer is injured. More alarming are allegations that a special squad of officers in civilian clothes is involved, using commanded police vehicles from local stations. Pro-Gachagua voices link this operation to pro-government political interests. The visuals are striking. Gachagua is seen wearing a combat helmet and a ballistic vest, not at war front, but on Kenyan roads, heading to address citizens. Despite the blockade, Something unexpected happens. The crowd refuses to disperse. Residents pour in. Supporters overwhelm the barriers. The roadblocks collapse under sheer numbers. Against all odds, the convoy pushes through. Gachagua reaches Kagio. Standing before thousands, he declared that despite tear gas, live ammunition, vandalism, and what he calls state-sponsored militia tactics, they have arrived at the very heart of Kirinyaga County. Kagio becomes a turning point, proof supporters argue that intimidation can delay but not stop popular momentum. Then comes Sunday. Today's events shift the battleground from rallies to pulpit. Rigathi Gachagua plans to attend Sunday service at AIPCA Kiamoria in Gatundu South. After church, public engagements are expected. Early morning alerts begin circulating. According to reports from platforms like ProPesa and statements attributed to DCP advisor Peter Mbaye, groups of goons are mobilized overnight. They are allegedly camped at the entrance of Gatundu town. The objective, supporters claim, is simple: block access. Videos emerge showing groups of young men boarding unmarked vehicles, preparing to move out. Claims circulate that they have been hired and paid to disrupt the visit. The phrase that dominates social media is chilling in its simplicity. Even prayer is being policed. Then comes the twist. One of the vehicles allegedly ferrying goons is attacked. Posts from pro-Gachagua voices claim the damage is inflicted by peace-loving citizens pushing back against intimidation. And once again, the plan fails. Despite the attempted blockade, Gachagua reaches the church. He is received warmly. Crowds gather. The optics flip completely. What was meant to intimidate becomes a public embarrassment. Online, the message is repeated over and over. From Nyeri, where goons are allegedly escorted by police, to Kagio, with tear gas, spikes and claims live ammunition, to Gatundu, where even a church service allegedly requires blockade. Supporters argue this is not random chaos, it is systemic. They frame it as desperation, an attempt to suffocate Gachagua's political resurgence in Mount Kenya by making movement costly, dangerous, and unpredictable. There are counterclaims. Some critics question the authenticity of certain videos. Others argue damage may be staged or exaggerated. But the dominant imagery remains powerful. Mobilized groups, damaged vehicles, defiant crowds, and a politician who keeps arriving despite the obstacles. The pressure now shifts to the police and the state. Who authorized these deployments? Why are goons appearing where officers should be enforcing order? And how long can this continue before it backfires completely? As events continue to unfold in real time, calls for accountability grow louder. One thing is clear: the streets of Mount Kenya have become the new front line, and the people are no longer watching quietly. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Reader, Kering Chubet.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari.
React. Jerome Maura.
Yeah, you see what's going on here.
Go ahead, react.
Me, I ask a question: why Ruto really destroying Mount Kenya? Why he making Mount Kenya to look at war? Why he doing this?
Because
he was in Nyeri.
You want Mount Kenya to love him by force. Mulimukata na sasa atatumia force. Mutampenda mpende musipende. But what he is trying to do, he is trying to intimidate watu wa Mulima wapoteze matumaini. You know, there is victory in helplessness. You know that, Madam Jerome Maura? Unaona nikikukanyanga kabisa, nikumalize nguvu. You know very well sasa, I surrender. hadi naanza ni sawa, wacha achukue tu, wacha achukue. Ai, huyo mtu hata ametuchapa tu, nieke ule arenda. And because you know, Ruto knows the attitude of Mount Kenya, watu wa mlima wakifinyiliwa sana, nieke ule arenda, twamuigira Ngai. Sinjero Mwaura, that is what we say. Mtu akikufinyilia sana, ama mnasemanga aje nyinyi wa mama?
Yeah, ni sawa, lakini hii tabia Ruto anatakana ICC to see this. Sauli anataka kuleta Kenya kama 207. Sijui ya maloya huko wanafanya nini? Hiyo anatakana iweko kwa nini?
Ruto ame-infiltrate mpaka hiyo ICC yenyewe, si lawyer wake ndiye ako huko ICC kama chief prosecutor.
So tutakuwa namna hii.
It is very simple. What we need to do is we need to fight him. So like what needed to happen hiyo siku, kama unaona kama huyo Guna amekamatwa sahi, and I'm saying it to the huyo Guna amekamatwa, they need to be lynched.
Unajua Ruto ajui Kiambu. Ajui Kiambu.
Mama Jero Mwaura au magoons. Unaona hata kuna pahali hata wametoroa Kaporo box, na hiyo Kaporo box hata unaona wanaoneshana miti. Guna akikamatwa anafaa achomwe. The way we do with the Wezua, ama ujui vile Wezua anafanya yangu wa Mlima Kenya. Mlima Kenya, we are the artisan of that. We are the artisan ya kuchoma wakora.
Lakini analipeji ya nini Jiro? Hii ni lipeji gani? Alimutoa kazi?
No, you can defend yourself. So you cannot just make yourself vulnerable and say sasa mimi sina nguvu. Wacha huyu mtu aniingize mpaka sikio kwa pua. Wacha aniingize kidole mpaka kwa pua. We cannot play that politics. Ile siasa tutacheza, na Mama Nyakairo amekuja na akatoroka. Ile siasa tutacheza ni we have to defend our people, because Gachagua, yes, I know it is good to show bravery na hiyo kukuja, but Gachagua has to start telling people you have to defend yourself. It has to start coming out of him now.
Sasa Jiro akisema hivyo, si ataambia mtu akifa ni yeye atachajua. Si unajua wanatafuta makosa.
That is a legal statement. That's a legal statement. Even in law, if you are attacked, defend yourself. It's a legal statement. There's no fault there.
Si ni kama ile nilisema jana. Sasa hawezi kuenda state ingine, hawezi kuenda Western, hawezi kuenda huko nini Keriso, hawezi enda pahali.
Jeromora, let me ask you, karibu sana Mama Nyakairo. Jeromora, let me ask you a question. Mtu akikuja kukuataki saa hii, mtu amekuja na ndotono kwako, alafu in the miracles of God umuue, utafungwa?
It's called self-defense.
Yeah,
lakini
so Gachagua is supposed to talk about self-defense. Adwaito, no, he likes speaking Kikuyu. The message should be very simple. Adwaito, no gitere. And you know, self-defense, you analyze. Na self-defense uambiangu na mtu. Ati watu wanzie kukuambia wewe uone ni kama huyo mtu anataka kukua. Self-defense inatokanga from personal initiative. It is from personal initiative. Ukiona huyu mtu anakuja, and that is what should be, and I am saying this one without fear of contradiction. Self-defense is legal. Na mimi hii ni ile kitu na propose saa hii. Any goon akipatikana Mlima Kenya, they need to be lynched. We cannot live this way. Those are criminal sources, those are bad people. Hao watu wawekwe petro sasa. Yeah, we cannot. That is self-defense, because these people, their intention is to kill you. Their intention is to kill you. Tulia kidogo Jerome. Oh, okay. Endelea. Okay. Sema kidogo alafu kabla.
Nilikuwa nasema, unajua hata hapa utakani utupie watu tear gas ovyo. Wanatega watu na ingine ya mguu. Sauli tear gas inaenda kwa maso, inaweza ua, inaweza kufanya yoyote. Lakini huko wanafikiria tear gas ni maji, wanatupia hata watoto kwa kanisa. Sasa hii ni nini? Ati na huyu mtu ako kwa kanisa anaomba. Kweli Ruto ni saitani walai. Ruto ni saitani.
Jeromora, this thing is not softening. This thing will become worse. Kama tunangojea magoons Mlima Kenya wapungue, hiyo tusahau. So dawa ni any human being, whether ni mtu wa mlima ama ni transported goods from wherever, we need to make it clear that if you are an identified goon, that was your last day. Because we will entertain this. Unaona hii sikatai, this show of bravery ya Gachagua ni sawa, but there must be a better platform to fight it. We cannot say that all the time in the goons, we are talking about now 6 months talking of goons, 6 months talking of goons, and we are not doing anything. Those people need to be lynched now. Mama Nyakairo, go ahead.
Thank you, Jiro. Na kusalimia sana, nasalimia Njero Mwaura na Kenya wetu. Salamu nyingi ya niko mzima na Mungu ni mwema. Kweli kabisa, I'm not a supporter of violence, but when somebody declares war, hata wewe unajitayarisha na mishale yako. So, if these people don't stop doing what they are doing, and we know when they are coming, whichever location they are coming for war, they are coming to do destruction. They are not of good moral. They are coming there to finish. Kwa sababu hawakuji hapo ati kucheza dance ama kukula na nyinyi. They are coming there to destroy you. Na wamekuja hapo na furugu ambayo wamewekewa kwa kichwa chao wawe goons. Wakubali kuwa ati wao ni watu wa shujaa, ni watu wa vita. And I just don't understand. Wewe mwana Kenya, mtu ambaye amezaliwa anajua uchungu. Uchungu hata wewe saidi umepigwa kofi ama umeumia mguu ama kwa uchungu ule unasikia kwa mwili wako. And yet you send yourself and accept to go to places where people are peaceful to cause chaos. Unatoka kwenu, unawekwa kwa gari, kweli kabisa akili zako zinakuambia ninaenda huko kuharibu. Watu ambao hata huwajui, watu hawakujui, watu wako na furaha, unawapelekea kilio. Surely, I concur with Njiru. 100%. I'm not a violent person. Lakini uwezi ukajua wezi wanakuja kwako ukose kujiami. Lazima. Na ukipata mmoja unamuumiza kwa sababu hawakuwa wanakuja hapo kukuchekesha, wanakuja kukumaliza. So I don't understand who are these Kenyans who are feeling that they can be given money to go and destroy other Kenyans. I wish they are going to destroy another country. Waende huko vita. Na mbona wasifanye hivyo? Why are you destroying your own people? Watu ambao hawana hata chuki na wewe, hata hawakujui. I wish one will be dealt with. Wacha hivyo aliongeleshwa hapo huyo niliona. Na akatamka jina ya yule walikuwa wamemtuma. And these Kenyans, they don't even ask themselves, mimi naenda huko kupigana. Na huyu mwenye kunituma, ako kwake anaangalia TV. Hakuna kugwarwa atagwarwa, yeye ako tu timamu. Lakini mimi naenda huko sijui kama nitarudi. Those are the questions these stupid Kenyans should ask themselves. And stop these chaos. Stop being bribed to go for war, which is not even there. Hao watu wako kanisani, hawana chuki na wewe, hawana vita na wewe. Why do you have to travel from certain place? Na hiyo distance you are covering with that vehicle inakubeba. Fikira zako zinakwambia aje, ni hasira uko nayo, hasira ya nani? Huyo mtu amekufanyia nini? And in fact you are fighting somebody you don't know. So, let it be. their fate, achomwe, because it's very painful kuwa tunalea chui ambayo itarudi itukule. We have seen many things happening this time around, ambapo mtu anajiuliza, what is the use of having a government? What is the use? Kwa sababu hata saa ile watu hawana government, I believe they would not be doing what they are doing. Kwa sababu hakuna msukasuko. But we have a government which is very unstable. A government that is not performing, a government that is chaotic, and yet they are causing more chaos through poor people. Through the money that I give them as taxes, they use it in the wrong way, giving people to come and fight others. Hizo ndizo wanatumia. So, si zao wanatoa kwa mfuko. Hizo ni za serikali ya Kenya. Si hata ya Ruto ama ya huyo mwingine. Hiyo ni pesa ya Kenya. Ya nchi ya Kenya. Ndiyo inatumiwa vibaya na kiongozi ambaye hajijui. Mtu ambaye ni mbaya kabisa. You are bribing for war. You are bribing Kenyans to fight with other Kenyans. Na mrudi mniambie huyu si warmongers, warlord. It is so painful to watch, to see people running for their lives, for people who are uninvited. Ni watu wametoka tu wakijiambia tunaenda vita na nani? It's not even your neighbor. It's not your anything. Huyu ni Mkenya ako kwao. Na wewe unatoka kwenu, unaenda kumkuta. I wish these guys are caught. Seriously. Hata kama si kuchoma, huyo mtu anashikwa, anafungwa vizuri. Jinsi hawezi hata kujisaidia. Ndio sasa aseme mambo yote. Hao niliona kama walimuuliza maswali kadhaa hivi wakaachana na yeye. Kwa sababu ati wamepata jibu. Ni Kawanjiko. That was not enough. We want to show example to others who are intending to think to that idea. Njiro, if you remember the time when we were in Sound Candid, I think I came to that. I was doing like every tribe in our country and their location and how they live. Remember, there was one question I asked. Hawa watu ambao wanaishi, those isolated areas whereby poverty is growing day by day. Who takes care of them? Who knows their problems? Huko mashinani, nani anawaangalia, anajua masilahi yao ile wanahitaji? And my presentation then I said, these guys, they go back mashinani saa ile kunakuwa election. Kupembeleza hao maskini ambao wameumia hiyo miaka 5, wamejizungusha, yani wamejidumu na mambo mingi sana ya uchungu. Bila chakula, bila dawa, bila nini, bila mtu wa kuwafikiria. Miaka 5 imeisha, huyu mtu amechukua gari, anaenda paka huko, anawakuta. Anaanza kuwapea hapo maneno ya ujinga, kwa sababu hiyo ni ujinga kabisa. You cannot leave us suffering. Hatuna namna, na kuna ile huduma serikali inapeana, huleta kwetu, umechukua umeweka kwa mfuko. But now because you need that number, so that you go back again, uende huko uanze kukula ukiwa uko Nairobi. Now you start running when you are looking for that number. Remember, Jiro, I said, these guys, once they are elected, they run away and they go and settle in Nairobi. Nairobi is where they belong. They don't belong to Mashinani. They don't have even any connection in Mashinani. The only connection is when election comes. Now it came to pass. Kwa sababu, sikia hakuna mashule, Tumeambiwa vizuri kinaganaga kwamba watu wanatoka huku wanaenda shule zile zimejengwa kwa sababu kwao hakuna shule. And even those people from that mashinani are supporting the idea that they have lost mwelekeo. Hakuna maendeleo yoyote. I think even those people in those areas, they don't believe that these people get money from the government. Kwa sababu how comes there is no any development that has been done in their area? Those are things now are coming to bite them. Na wananchi wa huko wamesema, hii mambo tunaonaga, lakini tukisema tunafanyiwa madhara. Ndio tunanyamaza. So they have been keeping quiet. Gachagua exploded, which is a very good thing. Na wale ambao wamechomwa na hiyo maneno, wana uchungu sana, wanaanza kusema Gachagua ni tribal. He is a tribalistic. Lakini watu wa mashinani,
Madam Nyakairo, sijui kama there is a famous phrase in Kikuyu and in Kiembu and in Kemeru which says yule mtoto ambaye analilianga hata yule ali kararira karagata katararira. Yani like Gachagua might have said a statement, but in reality he said a statement for everybody, and it is not easy to criticize that statement of Gachagua. The only reason why people are criticizing your statement ya Gachagua, wanasema it is being said by a tribal bigot. That's the only reason. Huyu anatuambia nini? Tribalist. Hata wale wanasuffer, even the people who are suffering, people are being affected by exactly things which Gachagua is saying. They are too much glued in tribalism. They cannot see the reasoning in what Gachagua said. Go ahead.
And even the people themselves, they have come out, but it's like they are fearing to talk about it. But they are feeling it. They are going through the pain. They are going through the suffering. But they are in fear. Na hiyo fear ni ile wamewekwa kwa miaka mingi. Na kwa hivyo sasa ile imesemwa na mtu mwingine, it's not everybody who is calling Gachagua tribal. There is some majority who are supporting the statement. Kuna watu ambao wako na uchungu kweli kabisa kutoka pande hiyo. Hii tribal, if people sit down and try to analyze, they should know this is just something which will come to pass. And if people glue themselves on that, they will be suffering, wataumia milele na milele. There are times where you have to kutofautisha huyu amesema nini na kweli hii kitu amesema ni ya kweli ama ni hiyo tunaambiwa. You think about what the statement comes and the impact that has brought to the people who are supposed to have developed the location. Now they feel pinched because it has been revealed what they have been hiding, covering. Na wananchi wa huko si ati ni wajinga. In fact, they have felt and they have understood Gachagua very correctly. Hata kama waseme ni tribal, the statement is true. It is very correct. Hiyo mambo ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea pande hiyo. We have seen that these people, even they get more money than other places. Na population sio kubwa, but they have not been able to manage that population. Wamewaachia hivyo kama wanyama. So maisha yao ni kubahatisha. While they have been allocated a lot of money to take care of them. Na hizo pesa zingekuwa zimetosha kufanya mambo yao ya maendeleo. But those people, they get the money, they go and pretend that they have gotten the money, they are going to do development, but they get stuck and stay where they feel they are comfortable because they are the initiator. They are the holder of the money. So they divide among themselves, not for the reason why that money was given out. Hakuna siku tabu itaisha. In our country, tabu haitaisha with those kind of people with mentality of their own interest. Hakuna haja basi hata ya kuchagua mtu. We need to stay without. Sababu unamchagua akakufanyie nini? Ukimchagua hakuna kitu anakufanyia. Ukikosa kumchagua hakuna kitu atakufanyia. So we just leave it. Tukae hivyo bila. Very unfortunate. And still this
Tidio watafurahia kama Museveni. Sasa tukisema hivyo.
No. Jero, get me right. I'm not saying tusichaguane iendelee hivyo. No, we don't want leaders. Tukae hivyo bila. Kwa sababu hata tukiwa na leaders ndio tunaumia zaidi na ndio tunamlikwa kabisa. So we better stay without. That is what I feel, because what is the use of a government that restrains everybody? Hakuna mtu akona uhuru. Hakuna mtu akona furaha. Hakuna mtu anafanya biashara zake comfortably. Akona uoga. What is the use of a government? Surely we can't live like that. We are electing people to serve us. But if they feel like we are so too much on them, they get out. We get those people who are ready to work. Kusema kwangu mimi sisemi kama vile Museveni amekaa hapo. No, that is not what I mean. Who is expecting Ruto to stay there like Museveni? Nobody. Because the pain he has inflicted in us is a lot. Na mambo ile yote tumeona hakuna mwangaza mbele. Ni giza. So what I see is we have to know what we are doing. Mtu hao kama goons wajulikane wakija, because they are not coming there on foot. Tumeona wanaletwa na magari. Can you imagine transporting people with the people's money, ku transport goons? Watu wanaenda kufanya chaos pahali fulani. Pesa zetu zinatumika na njia hiyo. It's very painful and very shameful. Ni kiongozi wa aina gani huyo? Evil mind. Ni kiongozi gani hataki kupewa heshima? But they don't care about heshima. Sasa wamekuwa wao ndio goons. Ni kama zile nyani huko msituni vile zinakimbizanaga. And they don't care how they look like. Hivyo ndivyo tuko sahi. Hiyo serikali ndivyo iko. You are hiring goons to go and fight innocent people, to go and fight fellow Kenyans. What does that mean to him? Does he sit down there and laugh and enjoy the chaos? So that is not the right person to lead our country, because our country people are peaceful. Kwanza, first of all, you are educating our youth to become arrogant, to become unruly. People who does not reason for their future. Hao ni vijana ambao wanatakiwa kuwa wako kwa kazi muhimu. Wafanye kudevelop nchi yao. Wa contribute to the economy. But you use the money for the government of our country. It's not his money. Hiyo si pesa ya Ruto kutoa kwa mfuko. Hiyo si pesa ya Kawanjiko. Those are our taxes being misused. And the reason, what is the meaning? Why do you want people to fight? Why don't you then declare, stand there and say, if this is what is going on, we are going to fight. Say that. Stand there if you are a good leader and you are doing it honorably. Utuambie, sasa umedeclare vita. badala ya kuwa na hii vita ndogo ndogo ya baridi, na sisi hatutakubali. Any goon that is caught, deal with him perpendicularly. I don't support violence, but I don't care what will happen to them. Wewe ambao unapewa pesa kidogo unaenda kuumiza watu wale wengine, kaa tayari. Your life is on the line. That's what I believe. Mimi ninajua hakuna siku nitatoka kwangu naenda kuua mtu ama naenda kupigana na mtu for no reason. That is why I say let it happen. Wacha wawe waumizwe. Kama ni watoto wangu nitawafunza tabia, niwaambie hapa hakuna kupita hapa, huwezi kufanya hivi, because that is how we bring them, showing them the right thing. But nimeangalia, nimeona huyu kiongozi anatumia watoto ambao hawana namna, lakini kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo anaweza pata pesa, anawaconvince muende mfanye hivi. I would like to hear this guy, what he tells these goons. Ningependa kumsikia na masikio yangu vile anaambia hao vijana wakafanye. Those instructions that he give. These are not soldiers. They are not police. Ni raia ambaye anatakiwa kuwa raia mwema. Lakini serikali hawakubali kuwe na raia mwema. Wanataka kila mtu awe goons. And we are not going to accept that.
Na imagine anafanyia Kiambu. Ajui Kiambu mafia. Kwani Ruto ako na akili gapi huyu mtu? Anafikiria kweli?
Okay,
why he doing this?
Jero, the problem we have is that we have Kikuyus who have no guts. Watu ambao hawana fikira mzuri. Watu ambao sijui wametoka wapi na wamelelewa wapi. Because yeye hawezi akaangalia aone ni mambo mbaya anafanya kwa watu wao. Na kwanza huyo kijana alikuwa anaongea lugha gani? I'm not tribal, but I want to just to have good analysis. Alikuwa anaongea kabila gani? That means these people are being transported from a different place because they don't know those. They are using tactics of very bad moral. Kwa sababu huyu, let me give an example and please Kenyans understand me. Let's say Mjaluo ametolewa Pandile, ameletwa Kiambu. Mjaluo hajui, hakuna Mjaluo wao yuko huko. So they can do any damage they want to do. Because there is no Mjaluo that is supposed to be on that line. Ni kama vile
niulize swali kwako, hii chachi iko na action wanaweza kufanya? Hii chachi sauli hiyo koti hiyo chachi inaweza kustaki hawa askari na staki serikali kwa hii?
Okay, now we have evidence. Huyo kijana ndio ninasema hangeachiliwa. Huyo kijana
Jerome Orande Mama Nyakairo, karibu sana Stone PK. Kitu ya kwanza in Kenya au polisi serikali itawakana unless we have images. Tuko na kamera tuseme polisi ndio huyu. Kitu ya kwanza polisi watakana, watasema hao polisi walikuwa hapo hawajui. Si unajuanga the way the Kenyan government behaves. Watasema aya ni Githunguri ama ni wapi Kiambu ati kulikuwa na polisi huko. Sasa I'm talking about the way the useless Kenyan government speak. Ati kulikuwa na polisi Kiambu na wakatia gas. Munaweza tule nani serikali huyo ni OCPD. Sasa unaenda kwake munaweza tuletea majina hao polisi walikuwa huko. That's how they behave. Like the OCPD or the head of Kenyan police will pretend. I use Bwana Stone PK. This one of yours is becoming very hot. They will pretend hata hao polisi hawajui. Sijui Mama Nyakairo, if you are getting what I'm trying to say. That is why unakuta kama yule polisi ambaye aliua Alex Masai and tukaoneshana kamera zake, ilibidi, and the government started taking initiative because ama wale mapolisi maguni wale unakuta like even the media did a very good job some time back like they do even images, wanasema huyu ndiye alifanya hivi, huyu ndiye alifanya hivi. That's the time when like they pretend they want to do something, but here tunatokezea tu serikali atunatokezea tu serikali hivi tu, tunawaambia ati kuna mapolisi wameruza tia gas hapa, mnaweza tuambia ni akina nani? Hakuna. It's a journey to nowhere. Ndio nimesema the easiest way to deal with these people, any person called goon, ni lynching them, and I have no apology for that because he is a criminal. Wewe chukua sheria mkononi. It reaches that level. It reaches that level because can you imagine these goons are being escorted by police? That is what is. Hebu nikuulize sasa, ni polisi mgani unaenda kwake na already these goons are being escorted by police? So it's very simple, lynch them. And Mlima Kenya is known of lynching people. Wanachoma wezi wa bodaboda. Kama uko kwetu unaonanga wezi wa bodaboda wakichomwa, hata ukiiba kuni ya mtu, like in my community, by the way, we are so sharp on lynching, by the way. Uko kwetu, by the way, mwizi ni moto. Mwizi ni moto. Sasa I think Mlima Kenya has to reach that level. Goon ni moto sasa. Mama Nyakairo, tutulia kidogo, wacha kwanza tukaribishe Stone PK naye atufungulie jarida.
I wanted to finish my point. Stone PK, give me just 1 minute, please. Is it okay? Is it okay, Stone PK?
I think silence means okay. Endelea tu. It's okay. Maybe
okay.
Yeah.
Njiro, these people, we have evidence. Na evidence ni kusema huyu mtu tumempata, ametuambia Kawanjiko. That guy, tumemchukua video na tumempata ni huyu. We have a right of using that as evidence. Huyo si hata hakuwa ati ni mtu wa Central, kwa hivyo anajua jina ya yule mtu aliwatuma. It doesn't mean we have to go so far. Ukishatajwa umetajwa, kuja hapa. Lakini vile umesema Njiro, habari ya serikali yetu na watu kujifanya yeye si yeye, alikuwa huko, mimi sio mimi, unajuaje ni mimi, kuna mtu anafanana na mimi. Those are the tactics of our government, the way it behaves. Na ni mambo mbaya sana, kwa sababu hivyo ni kumaanisha you have made people to be free to do any crime, alafu wapindue iwe si wao wamefanya. So the crimes will be committed in our country, but nobody will be arrested because they will use other initiatives so that they get out of it. Hivyo ni kumaanisha hakuna kitu tunafanya. We are expecting nothing to happen in Kenya that is justice. So what will happen? Ni hivyo tu, let's lynch. Hiyo mambo kuisha. Hata mpolisi akikuja laini mbaya, mumalize, kwani yeye ni nani? Kwa sababu they are the one who are really doing all these things to happen. They are encouraging these goons to do that. It's very, very, very devastating. Anyway, that is the point I wanted to make, Njiro. Thank you.
Sawa, Bwana Stone PK, upo? Ama umeingia ukaanzia kusinzia kwa studio? Bwana Stone PK, upo ama upo? Aya, mugaga na upo wali mukavu. So maybe Stone PK anagaga na mpwa. So before that, allow me, I support lynching. And I will not withdraw that statement. I know lynching helps. Lynching helps. And naelezea hiyo theory ya where lynching started. By the way, Madam Nyakairo, watu mlimani hawaku wangu wanachoma wezi. Let me tell you, lynching is a very recent formula. Lynching has started around 2000 hapo, just in the wave of Kibaki hapo, close to Moi akitoka, because this is what used to happen all the time. Munavamiwa, and Mama Nyakairo, I know you know this. Unakumbuka kitambo where it used to be said that even police were part of criminal gangs. Like mapolisi walikuanga part ya wezi. So people got frustrated. So people got frustrated. So watu sasa wakaanzia sasa history ya kuchukua sheria mikononi. Sasa mtu anakamatwa na polisi anatolewa, na alikuwa ameiba kuku mwingine, anakuja anaiba, ama alikuwa ameua mtu, anakamatwa, atisijua ametolewa na board. So that is where like lynching came from frustration. And I recommend how a goon sasa hii level wamefika, if we identify a goon na tunajua ya kwamba beyond reasonable doubt this one is a goon, we have to resort to putting tires on them. Yeah, there's no two ways about it. So naona Stony PK amerudi. So Stony PK uko ama unagagana upo bado?
Nipo mgagana upo unawalimkabu, lakini mimi nipo ndugu yangu.
Unajua lazima ni pretend naongea hiyo lugha ya ziwani.
Una pretend, that's the right thing. You are pretending to be mkoani.
Yeah, so yes, I'm pretending. So Anne is correcting me. Anna ananiambia lynching was there from kitambo. I need for somebody to tell me maybe Stony PK you can. Stony PK, wezi walianzia kuchomwa lini Kenya?
Wezi walianza kuchomwa hadi jadi toka zamani sana, because kama mbele ilikuwa wezi unawekwa kwa mzinga mwato. Unapelekwa mahali very very high, unafungwa na magoto, unaingizwa kwa mwato inafunikwa, then inagaragazwa, inaenda ikivunjika na huko ukikufa na huko. That is the same as lynching, because it was being sentenced to death. So it is since time immemorial.
Okay.
Because thieves were detested culturally, period. Hakuna alternative. Hakuna mtu anapenda mwizi. It's only in the recent times where we go bowing and praising thieves, and even started giving names differently. Remember, there was a time we were saying, call a thief a thief. Don't start saying these funds were misappropriated by the chairman of the board of governors. Misappropriation means what? Don't bring those muzungu nonsense. Then muzungu anatuambia bribe. You don't call it bribe. It's solicitation, sijui nini nani. Mwafrika arudi pale kwa zamani. Murogi anachomwa ama anapewa oath, akikunywa atakufa. Punish. Don't bring us those nonsense of human rights. In Africa, hakukuwa maneno ya human rights, because it was your right is to take care of somebody else. I mean, not to take people's or that which does not belong to you. Okay? We find you, we give you instant justice. Because we prove. Hii ng'ombe ni a black and white. Did you ever have ng'ombe ya black and white kwa zizi lako? No. Ulitoa wapi? Choma yeye. Why umekuja kwa nyumba umekuta nguo mashuka imeandikwa Kenyatta National Hospital kwa nyumba ya Stony PK, then unasema investigation has to be taken, the court has to prove beyond the reasonable doubt. What are you proving beyond the reasonable doubt? Stony PK's house is not Kenyatta National Hospital. Nguo za Kenyatta National Hospital written GOK zinafanya nini kwa nyumba ya Stony? I think we should go back to raw justice. Raw justice. So that we will not have people who are being called, they misappropriated. When he was the CEO, there was this misappropriation of 4.5 million. Yeah? And all this you are told misappropriation, hujawahi kuambiwa that after we realized this, he repaid back or we recovered it. It's a whole nonsense. Today in Kenya, you go stealing because hakuna mahali utapelekwa. Nikikuta 50 million mahali imekaa and I can steal it, ninaiba, and then I will spend 10 million buying everybody else. And that's the culture. That's the tradition now. And then we are talking of and anybody who opens his mouth does not say we will eliminate corruption. Wanasema, corruption cannot be eliminated totally, but we can manage it. BS. BS. That's why I like Wajakoya. By the way, I like Wajakoya for one thing. He's the only one who pronounced it, seconded by Martha Karua. Kwa hivi tutanyonga. You talk like that, people start saying, don't PK, that is too harsh. Kenya, we stopped kunyonga watu. BS.
Story PK, story ya kunyonga ni vile tunaongezea list na sijui of late have you seen that there is too much goonhood in Mlima Kenya? Gachagua cannot have a single rally without goons. Today kids were tear gas in the church na kuna magoons wamepatikana na ikasemekana walitumwa na Kagege 01 aka Kawanjiko.
So what is that?
So ndio tunauliza sasa like has it, because now we are complaining about goons for now almost half a year. Has it reached the level where by now itabidi tuchukue sheria mkononi and we start lynching these goons now?
Akinanga maneno ya sheria mkononi zero. Me, if I was running like Gachagua or Nani or Mother or any, if I was right now in that position, I would be even pronouncing it in broad daylight. Okay? Guntu mkuje kesho, niko na mkutano mahali fulani, mkuje na mtapata tumejipanga, and I organize it that way. I know people will say two wrongs don't make a right. Neither would a wrong and a right make a right. Okay? A wrong and a right, what they do, they cancel, they neutralize each other. So I would rather neutralize you other than me sending casualties. Uwe na casualties na mimi niwe na casualties. Tukue draw. Period. Have your goons, I have my goons. Kaende. There's no thing called order. When you are coming, tear-gassing kids and all that, and pretending that Stone PK should be an preach peace. What nonsensical peace are we talking about here? We are jokers. In fact, right now, opposition should be mobilizing for volunteer. You can call them whatever name you want to call them. Okay? You can call them whatever name you want to call them. But antidote, their goons, should be now be mobilized. Volunteer. Na itangazwe, volunteer, antidote, their goons in Kenya. And we will have millions volunteering. You can call that disorder in the country if you like. It's okay. People have pretended. Haiti iliingia into this nonsense, pretending to cover peace. Is there peace today? Somalis live into this garbage because they are being told, you cannot do this. They decided to speak. Kila mtu ajidefend. Nigeria is in the same. Of course, we always say at the chaos, hatutaki chaos, but we are already in chaos. What are we pretending and talking about here when you cannot address a meeting, when there is tear gas flowing everywhere? What do you call that, guys? When there is so much peace in Rwanda, so much peace in Botswana, so much peace in those other countries. Amani haiji ila kwa ncha ya upanga, ndugu yangu, tuchukue hivyo. Amani haiji ila kwa ncha ya upanga. Sijui kama msimamo wa area I elaborate hiyo. Amani haiji ila kwa ncha ya upanga. You can use all the languages you want to use. Oh no, you can't preach chaos. You can't preach. Then you will be all this in this kind of garbage. Sasa tumeimba stories za goons mpaka wakaanza kuescortiwa na polisi. Tunaita goons. By the way, I don't know what goons mean. Mimi sijui. Juu mbele hatukuwa na hiyo jina. Mbele tulikuwa na mekora na uragani na hii. Those are the vocabularies we use. Sijui hiyo goons inamaanisha nini. It is either when ni mwizi, when ni mrogi, yani you are dictated by the community. Unapita kwa njia unasikia Njiro, usione mrogi, usione mwizi, usione muragani. So now that we have goons who are also protected by human rights, and they are ready to kill, we are doing what we call vicious cycle of idiocy. Thank you.
Because hata mimi I think Gachagua is not handling this goon issue well. He has to engineer a reaction to it. He cannot continue singing goons, 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 goons all the time. And we can see a trajectory of tear gassing of children now when Ruto was a deputy president and now when he is a president. So I think now if Gachagua continues this way, he is also now risking the lives of people.
Gachagua, listen, Jiro, we don't want Gachagua to be Raila Amolo Odinga. And he's taking that path, which is a stupid path. You have people dying every other time, people coming for your meeting, they get killed, some get maimed. Na unaendelea hapo ukituambia goons. Please, Gachagua, don't hold meetings if you cannot fight the goons. Kaa nyumbani kwako na bibi yako, atukutaki kwa stage. Go home, relax. Kama wewe ni Kiguoya, kaa huko. Usiite watoto wa watu kuja kuumia. Achana na hiyo. That is my call for Gachagua. As much as I like him in opposition. Tuache hii ujinga, hii narrative ya Raila. Okay? Hii narrative ya kuenda meeting zako tukikuja tunapigwa na tear gas. Tuache hiyo kabisa. Rudi nyumbani kwa Dorcas. Kaa huko mkule tu matunda na maembe nyumbani ukikunywa maziwa. Acha kuja kutuambia unakuja meeting. And then tunapigwa, unakuja kutuambia government imefanya. Sasa hiyo kuna watu wamevunjika miguu, kuna watu wameumia. It's nonsense. By the way, I'm calling upon Kenyans. Kenyans, if you are not coming out to come and revolutionize and revolt against Ruto and achieve objectives and achieve a goal, then don't. Achana na hiyo, tukae tu sasa. Yes. Why would you come unaumia alafu narudi nyumbani? Achana na hiyo. Let's leave it.
And they will not pay your hospital bill.
Yeah, it's a joke. Please, Kenyans, don't come out. Don't come out. Hii ni ujinga, ni upumbavu. 60 years down the line, tunafanya ujinga. Doing the same thing the same way and expecting different results. It's nonsense. BS. It's annoying. Totally. Rudini nyumbani.
That's what I was saying. Gachagua is not doing enough in defending people. So Jeremiah tusiulize ati tufanye nini. I said here, self-defense is not criminality. Self-defense is not criminality.
Njeru, for those who support Gachagua head and tail, waambie Gachagua aende press conference, aite wao watu wote wanajiita United Organization, they issue 2-point statement. Point mbili tu. Either they will fight this battle together and this is how they're gonna fight it. Call upon Kenyans to volunteer to defend the mandamanos, because those meetings now are turning out to be mandamanos. Because if I come for a meeting, mnaanza kunipiga na tear gas, what are you doing? You're preventing me. So waongee pamoja. Hatutaki Gachagua kujidai ndio ati ana makende mbili, anajidai yeye ndio mwanaume na anapigwa alafu anaanza kusema goons. Unalia goons na umejidai wewe ndio una 2 bombs. Na unapigwa na nini, unaanza kuvaa mahelmet. Achana na hiyo. Hakuna huruma anatuonyesha. So nonsense. Arudi nyumbani ama aite hao wengine wote wakubaliane. Are they going to fight it? And if they are going to fight it, how? Are they mobilizing it? If they can't, they all go back home and wait for 2027 watiwe na Ruto. I'm mad about this poem story. We don't want to hear those stupid narratives anymore. Tutaki kuambiwa. Saa hii vita ingekuwa IBC must go. Period. Wote wangekuwa wanasema no elections in 2027. Period. Don't tell us register as many numbers, and that's another stupid call we are getting. We will register as many as we can, but we have no IBC. The IBC will rig us despite collecting all the votes. Come on, let's face it. Fix IBC. Period. And we don't need to all register, by the way. You don't have to. Just fix IBC. Kama tutawachagua na kura milioni moja, that's it. It's okay. Don't keep on singing poem ile tumesikia kutoka 1960. You must all register. You must all do this. We can elect president with even 500,000 votes. Period. Whoever gets 50 plus 1% anakuwa president. Doesn't matter. So let's not be given that nonsensical call rallying and all that. Yet whoever will count the votes is still attacked. Hata tukichukua kura saa hii tuchukue all Kenyans 50 million. Na tuende tupigie Gachagua or Kalonzo or whoever, tumpatie 40 million. And Ruto with his IBC there, he will simply say, he will be announced. And then we start saying Supreme Court and all this kind of a thing. I know they are saying, oh, when you vote overwhelmingly, there cannot be rigging. My good God, we are being very silly and stupid. When have we not voted overwhelmingly in Jiru? Mimi nilizana sasa nikija kwa channel sikuja hapa kuongea vitu za uchenzi hapa, you see legality, sijui nini. There are no legalities when you have Ruto and that IBC in place. You can go to heaven and come back. You will never be pronounced the winner. Never, ever. It will not be possible. In fact, Ruto needs to be removed by force. Yes. Yeah. Tuache sasa kubebana hii ujinga utoto. Can you imagine somebody already? You have a meeting, simple rally. Unakuja unapigwa na tear gas. Watoto wanapigwa na tear gas. Uko kanisani unapigwa na tear gas. Dalili nyingine unataka kuona kwamba huyu jamaa hakuna mahali mtampeleka. Sincerely. Ati saa mnaenda nikaa kuenda umebeba Biblia na mtu amekuja na swords na makalgosta na bunduki, ukisema Bwana asifiwe na unamwambia my friend, you'll be blown off. You'll be blown off. There's no war that has been won with somebody with a spear and you come with the word of sijui ukisema die. It will not happen. You die. He will kill you. Back to you, Njiru.
Wacha niwapeleke where the replica of the same is happening. Yeah, still maintaining sanity of Kenya, but kuna wengine wananyolewa mbele yetu. Na wakati mwenzako ananyolewa mbele yako, tia chako maji.
The TV47 Weekend Edition. Now, as Uganda gears up for a hotly contested general election, tensions are running high ahead of the polling day. Our contributor, Adam Muwale, is on the ground in Kampala with an in-depth look at the key players, voter sentiments, and the security preparations shaping the high-stakes vote. Take a look.
On January 15th, 2026, at least 21,681,491 registered Ugandan voters across 106 will head 1,739 polling stations nationwide to elect their next president from the 8 presidential candidates in the 2026 general election. Last Thursday, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Byabakama, flagged off trucks carrying ballot papers and other electoral materials, marking the start of the nationwide distribution exercise ahead of the polling day. Now, the presidential race has attracted...
Tony PK, I want you to see this pretense, eh? Hii pretense ya Uganda. Unaona hata wanajifanya wako na matraki ya kupeleka ballots.
8 presidential candidates, but the fiercest competition is between the 43-year-old Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, popularly known as Bobi Wine, a musician turned politician, representing the main opposition political party, the National Unity Platform, and the 81-year-old incumbent President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the ruling National Resistance Movement. President Museveni, who has ruled Uganda for 40 years, is seeking a 7th term in office. However, the election campaign period has recently been marred by violence and tension, particularly targeting opposition candidate Bobi Wine. Security forces have on several occasions blocked him from accessing his designated campaign venues. Now, speaking on the matter, the Makerere University political historian and analyst, Professor Mwambutsia Ndebesa, described the situation as a case of selective application of justice.
Even in terms of campaigns, certain candidates, especially Kyagulanyi of NUP, has been also delayed at roadblocks. And then when it is coming to 6, they say, now you can pass. And then they stop him again and say, but it is past 6 p.m. But then you delayed him at the roadblock. I think that is also another injustice by the police. So the parliament, the electoral commission, the judiciary, the police, all these institutions involved in electoral governance have been delaying justice, and ultimately that is subverting justice.
Over the weekend, Bobi Wine's chief mobilizer, Habib Buembo, was arrested just 4 days before the polling day, raising further concern among opposition supporters. Meanwhile, the opposition has expressed outrage following a new wave of disqualifications of the already nominated candidates by the Electoral Commission. So far, at least 11 opposition parliamentary candidates have been disqualified, a move that has sparked protests and criticism.
One, that we did not submit a minimum of 20 registered voters from each electoral area. And this is not true. For us, we have more than 20 from each electoral area. Number two, some of our supporters, that they supported other candidates. For us, we are not robots. We are not machines. We can't detect who signed for who. And now, the question is, to who did they sign before?
There is a glaring case of partiality by the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission denominates a candidate because that candidate's nominators were found to have nominated the NRM candidate. Now, I would have expected that all of them would have been denominated, since the NRM candidate also had names that the NUP candidate has, and the NUP candidate had names who nominated him that the NRM had. That means both of them fall short of following the law. Therefore, both the NUP candidate and the NRM candidate should have been denominated so that we have a fresh nomination exercise. Otherwise, you don't denominate one group, and yet their nominators cut across both parties and both people. That is one case of selective application of the law and justice that falls short of electoral integrity.
There is also a growing controversy surrounding what the opposition has termed as vote protection. Opposition leaders urge that according to Presidential Elections Act, voters are allowed to remain at the polling station at least 20 meters from the voting table after casting their ballots to observe the process. However, the Army and the Electoral Commission insist that voters should leave immediately after voting, citing security concerns.
That's why for us as a commission, we're saying that it would be appropriate if people first went home, so that you will leave room for those who have not yet voted to come and vote. Then when the time for counting comes, you can come and stand at the 20 meters and be able to observe how the voting counting is taking place. But to keep people who subscribe to different political parties, who support different candidates in one place for so many hours, and you tell me that we are going to be civil, they are going to be calm, like we are in a church setting where they say sit down, then you sit. Let us sing this hymn, then you sing. Let us.
Without allowing that video to go so much. So, Bwana Stony PK, let me start with you. Is Bobi Wine waiting to be announced by this electoral commission na ile mambo inapanga pango hapa? Just a question for you. Stone PK?
To be announced as who?
As the winner of the election.
Where?
In Uganda. Because they are behaving like as if everything is normal. Kura itapigwa, alafu na yule atashinda, atatangazwa. So, let
me also tell you, everything will be normal in Uganda, as it has always been. Okay, where normal is relative. You know, your normal could be my abnormality. But now, according to Uganda, and I want Kenyans to really, by the way, I think, Njiro, if you will not have time, then I'll open the channel. I want us to cover Uganda elections, 2 days pre-election, to answer to cover. We give it 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. Pure covering. I don't know why you even shot. We cover his video. I want Kenyans to monitor Uganda vizuri kabisa, because hiyo copy hiyo, kuna kitu inaitwa copycat. The same is what is unfolding, is what has been duplicated. The same, it will not be duplicated. The original copy of Uganda elections is what you are going to get in Kenya. It's normal. Kwanza hao unaona unaambiwa
inaitwa duality, a duality.
Whatever you may call it, but it will not be a photocopy of any, but it's the original copy of the original. Like now, those old days, you would write 2 letters, okay, with the same, unaandika hii, una copy hii, okay, so both letters become original. Hakuna cha carbon copy, hakuna cha nini. So ya Kenya na ya Uganda itakuwa the same, because it will be written the same by the same person. Okay, 2 letters written by the same person. That's why I want Kenyans to monitor how Uganda elections, all these things you are hearing, that conversation that you have cut short, hiyo yote is what you are hearing from IBC. Remember, in their law, they are saying 20 meters, at unaweza after vote, ukae 20 meters away from the voting. How long, what is the distance of 20 meters? Ni hapa na pale. Sisi tunasemanga ni 100 meters. Okay, 100 meters is from one goalpost to another. 50 meters is from one goalpost to the center where we place the ball in a football match field. So 20 meters is slightly above 18 hapo mbele. Yaani watu wakiwa kwa goli wamegol, watu wakae hapo 20 meters. Who does that? But Uganda wameweka hiyo ni law. Now unaambiwa that is not practical. Yes, it is the law. Unaambiwa no, you know, people cannot sit there watching and all that. What are you being told? 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, the general Muhonzi came and said, dare you not, please, vote and sit there. You please must vote and go home. That is the general that issued that. I still have that clip. Once you vote, and he said, and I repeat, you vote, go home. So Changulani, I think Changulani is in business, because you know you can be paid for playing opposition. He's acting, pretending to be an opposition leader. Unfortunately, he wants to be, but in Uganda, he only pretends. He can't get it, whether he likes it or not. Now, what will happen is, because this election was to buy time in preparation for Muhonzi presidency. Okay, it's Muhonzi who is supposed to take over in case of anything that happens between now and even immediately after election. Because you see, Museveni, you know, most of you who know how to read body language, human body language, you can have as many answers as what some of us who are talking about Raila and all that kind of a thing. We were saying things people never wanted to hear. Oh, can you imagine a human being thinking of vying for president at over 80 years of age, and you have confidence, like some of the Raila followers were saying Raila would have been there in 2027 vying for presidency? How far are we from the Cameroonians with their beer? Some of these things we hold as stupid. However you like a leader, kuna natural causes, ladies and gentlemen. So back to Uganda, ndugu yangu. It is being prepared. Nani ni figurehead sahi. Museveni ni figurehead kushikilia, because that country is supposed to continually be run by a family, whether people like it or not. Okay? And it is well placed. Central Bank, Museveni's daughter. Okay? Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, after Museveni, below Museveni is who? Muhonzi. Then Museveni is seated there pretending to be the president. That is a trading word. So, in case of anything in zero, huyu nani Changurani. Changulani is just there, maybe he has funding from people, and then of course there has to be opposition to be seen, to be there, to running up and down, risking his life. You are campaigning in helmets, you are doing all this kind of a thing. It's all a waste of time, purely waste of time. Uganda is a closed chapter. The best is to just wait. And by the way, a country can be cast in very, very different ways. Hao watatii hivyo, watatii hiyo hierarchy ya nani. Mtu mmoja kama Traore ndiye atawasaidia hapo, na sijui ni nani hapo. Pia itakuwa ni Traore ndio itaingia hapo isaidie, lakini nayo hapo ni ngumu. Now Kenya is sliding into that, whereby you can do whatever you want to do, say whatever you want to say, but UDA is the God, UDA is the angel, UDA is everything for this country. That's why I'm telling you, the opposition is sleeping. It should be an eye for an eye, and most of us will never be blind. Because if you know how to chop off your eye, you will not chop off mine. Prevention is better than cure. Thank you. Back to you.
Aya, sawa. Naona Jeromora. So Jeromora, can you react to that normalcy of Uganda? Alafu nimalizie hii video, then we keep rolling. Jeromora, are you there? Ayuko, watch a video.
Pray, you all pray. Who is going to have that kind of order implemented? So that's why we're saying the commission should not be misunderstood. Let me repeat. The commission should not be misunderstood. When we advise people to first go home, we are saying we want a peaceful election. We want to give an opportunity to every voter to turn up and vote. Can we live a free environment? Can we create a free atmosphere around the polling station that will allow every voter to feel at liberty to come? Because some of them are easily put off, like the elderly, like the women, and so on. They are easily put off by the hostile, charged environment at the polling station. We have noticed that.
The citizens do not trust institutions of electoral governance, such as electoral commission or the police. They would want to witness the balloting exercise as well as the counting and the tallying. And the framers of the law, of the electoral law, had envisaged this one and had provided that the voters, the citizens, should stay around the polling station, actually 20 meters from the table, not necessarily from the ring, but from the table, so that they could hear what the polling official is counting and how he's tallying. But on the other hand, we see the army and the electoral commission saying people should not stay around to witness the polling exercise. And there is a controversy now. On the one hand, the law allows the citizens to remain. On the other hand, election officials and the army say people should not remain. Now, the consequence of this is that we are going for an election without resolving that issue. And therefore, it is one potential contentious aspect in this current election exercise that is likely to lead to electoral violence or electoral demonstrations, and therefore compromise the electoral integrity at the end of the day, because there is no consensus as to whether people should remain or should go. The law says they should remain and witness, but the Electoral Commission and the army say they should not remain. I don't know which one prevails. In my opinion, the law should prevail.
As Uganda heads into this crucial election, tension remains high, with calls for peaceful, free, and fair electoral process growing louder both locally and internationally. Saddam Mubale, TV47, Kampala.
Yeah, Stony PK, that is the dichotomy. React.
I thought I was ahead of the guy in my submission. I went all the way and even mentioned the army, the stand, the order of the army and all that. For me, I think I've already preempted that. So I think I went all the way and told you how this is gonna be just a sham, and what is arranged for Uganda, and the Uganda, what they have is waendelee tu na Museveni and their youth. The good thing with Uganda is you'll never hear people complaining of high cost of living because Uganda is blessed with food. People in the village can even decide not even to care who is the president or who is whatever. Okay, and then inawachiwa tu politicians wale wanasema oh, sisi hatuko kwa madaraka, hatuko kwa serikali. But common mwananchi in Uganda can live without even caring about the government. Because one good thing about Uganda is that the education system, nobody is interfering with it. Watu wanaenda shule tu vizuri. That is the most unique thing about Uganda, by the way. Of course, they are a bit low in terms of health, but it's there, just like a third world country. Then what else? If it is in terms of the economy, yes, if you don't have money, you don't have money, but you have food. So you can live as an average, not average, slightly, you may not be able to afford a car, you may not be able to afford to buy a house, but if you're in the village, you have a village, una shamba, una chakula, una all that. You can live in Uganda. Museveni even once is quoted saying, even a fool can live happily in Uganda. That's unique. That's unique. Tell me a fool, an idiot. Because if you are an idiot and a fool, what do you need? Chakula tu, nakula unalala. He said that can happen in Uganda. Very few countries you can have somebody just waking up, ulimi ufanye chochote na utakula na ulale. In UG, that is possible. Some of us who have been there, we know it is truly possible. It is really possible. So what am I saying? I'm saying they can afford to do with whatever governance or whatever government they have, so long as the government is not killing and maiming the people. Okay? Unlike in Kenya, where it is so important to have an economy running because so that we have food, so that we have agriculture improved and all that. Uganda, naturally, you throw seeds anywhere in any forest, in any land, unazitupa tu, what we call broadcasting. That's in a na una harvest. Okay? And that is one unique difference between Uganda and Kenya. So they can decide. Hata kuna mtu amecomment au ametoea tabu. By the way, si tabu. Tabu ni ya wale wanataka kuongoza. Alright? Na Museveni aliwaambia ukitaka kuongoza rudi kwa bush, ndio utoke bush ukuje hata useme unataka kuongoza. I don't think sijui kwa nini watu hawajawahi kushika hiyo statement ya Museveni. Alisema yeye alitoka bush akakuja akachukua uongozi. So alikuwa anawaambia hata nyinyi yule atataka urudi huko bush ukuje sasa ndio uchukue serikali. Hiyo ni kama kuambiwa sasa sahau. Sahau. Juu utarudiaje bush ukuje kupigana na serikali ambayo imeshika miziki, iko na army, iko na kila kitu. Hiyo ni kama kuambiwa forget it, man. You're done. I don't ever see. I don't see that at a change of power, at Museveni giving a sword to somebody who has been elected as president in Uganda. Honestly, I'm not a prophet of doom, but I don't see that happening in the very near future. Something very, very, very queer and strange has to happen. Same thing with Cameroon and all that. We have countries that things can't happen. And Kenya is joining that league where rhetoric, talking, democracy talking, all that, unaambiwa ni BS. If you look at Ruto's demeanor, Njiru and all the others, does Ruto look worried? Does he? He doesn't. He tells you, mpende msipende, he has to implement what he thinks is right for Kenyans. And he has now come to even zero it down that he is the only very intelligent and sober and the person that is qualified and knows what Kenya needs. Period. He has rubbished everybody else. How do you deal with such a case? Thank you. Back to you, Jiro.
Aya, sawa, Stone PK. So Uganda is becoming a hot cake. I hope we will not lose Uganda.
You can't lose Uganda, Zero. You can't lose. How do you lose a country? Tell me how.
Because we don't know how they will get end of Museveni, and we don't know if opposition will react to the steering or not. But let's see a Kenyans reacting.
Kenyan who believes they've got capacity, character, and competence to lead a nation,
right?
You present yourself, and then Kenyans will take a decision. And also, he probably sits in the group of Raila orphans. There's a group of people who are very relevant when Mr. Raila Odinga was alive, and in his absence, then nobody's very sure of their political capital. But going back to Uganda, you raised the fundamental issue. When you look at the signs coming from Uganda, I mean, you know, when you're electing the Pope, you look for the white smoke.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the signs coming from Uganda, probability again of President Museveni retaining his position as head of state is almost 100%. I mean, that may be uncomfortable to Deus and the other gentlemen, but the probability of him winning is 100%. So President Museveni is not feared. Rather, President Museveni doesn't fear the outcome on 17th, as is going to be declared by their IBC. What he fears is how the nation is going to react to the announcement and how he's going to manage it. And you raised that fundamental issue. That is the reason why majority of African leaders fear respecting the two-term limits or going home very early in the day. Because it's the fear of the unknown. They're not sure how they're going to be treated when they left office. And that is how Kenya comes in. Kenya set a very good example. You would recall a few days before former President Moi left office, everybody was in town saying, yote hawezekana bila Moi. There was a certain mood in the nation. But as soon as Moi left office, he handed power. When he was handing over power, then I was a cab reporter, attended the function at Uhuru Park. Yeah. He was pelted with mud stones. And people said, wait a minute, is that how you treat President Moi, who has decided to hand over power? And we must call a spade a spade.
Right.
That President Kibaki did not treat Moi well during, on that particular day. He almost insulted him, and President Moi with grace stood there. But guess what? A year later, when Moi came back to town, there was a certain love and respect for President Moi. The same thing happened for President Kibaki. People said, yote hawezekana bila Kibaki. But a few years into retirement, respect and love for President Kibaki. Even for President Kenyatta, you would recall the hustler versus the aristocracy conversation, the haves and have-nots. People are saying, yote hawezekana bila Uhuru. But now when President Uhuru appears in public, everybody wants to shake his hand, everybody wants to listen to what he's talking about. So this phobia that majority of African leaders have, because you see, they've created, I mean, majority of African leaders become more powerful than the states. They become more powerful than institutions, more powerful than the systems. So there's a general fear that if they go home, how they're going to be treated. A good example is the head of the IBC in Uganda has failed to pronounce himself on critical issues, on the violence being visited on people who are campaigning. Like, for instance, that scientist, the political scientist from Uganda has indicated, if campaigns are supposed to end at 6 o'clock, but then you stop Bobi Wine at a roadblock the entire day, then a minute to 6, you tell him now go and do your campaign. Then a minute later, he's at another roadblock. He's told now, excuse me, sir, it's 6 o'clock. Now, if the head of the IBC does not pronounce himself, then what are you telling people? And we have a similar situation in Kenya, where Musalia Mudavadi said, maybe we need to think about a referendum moment. But Ethekon in Kenya has also not pronounced himself. Now, the reason why I'm talking about the electoral bodies is you must create confidence and trust in the electoral process. Because, I mean, technically speaking, voting is what happens on the material day on the 15th. But there is voter suppression before the voting day. Do all these candidates have a free chance to go and campaign? How is the media covering them? How is the civil society treating them? You know, in Kenya, fortunately enough, you may not know who is going to become the president till IBC has declared the winner. Because normally the win is 51, 52, 48, 49. That is why in Kenya, by-elections are very important, especially the one for Malava. Everybody was waiting to see the UDA candidate in Dakwa. Is he going to win?
Yeah.
What about Mbere? The UDA candidate is going to win, so that people can start establishing themselves who is likely to win. But when you have an election whereby before an election, you actually know who is going to win, then can you really say that was a free and fair election? Especially in a country called Uganda, where there is massive unemployment, where you've got so many young people. I mean, don't you think it's a tragedy that my friend here, Deus, his entire life has only known one president?
Well, Deus, don't you, is it a tragedy? Would you feel?
Sawa, Stone PK, you can react to that.
Let me begin with the end. It's not a tragedy to know one president. No, it's not tragic. Yeah, but it's unfortunate that if your country has said you have life presidency and all that, then it is your constitution that allows you to do that. And by the way, people are ruled by the constitution that they adopt. Otherwise, if people change the constitution against your will, you're supposed to riot like Yugoslavia and everybody else to come out and say we reject it and all that. So, watu wanatawaliwa vile wanataka. Okay? Constitution is amended, mtu ameitwa life meaning. If those MPs betray you, come, throw them into the garbage. Wavamie, wasalimie. So, mwananchi pia, you have to take your part. Yeah, you can make very uncomfortable space for MPs if they go voting, like all the laws that these MPs of Kenya have passed under the table without Kenyans knowing. Kenyans should come out in huge numbers and reject most of those things, sale of Safaricom and all that. So for the fact that we umeona president moja, hiyo ni shauri yenyu as the citizens, you are supposed to take the bull by the horn. And if you feel those who are leading you are not leading you anywhere, reject them. Kama sahi Kenyans, if we feel all akina Kachagua and all that, what they are doing, they are just giving us what we call mark timing. Let's get out. Let's get out and say hatutaki ujinga. And then you can decide, to do things orthodox. All right. So now that analysis of Uganda is actually probably what I had indicated earlier. Yeah, the script is there. Bobby Wine, very, very, very suppressed. And yes, Ugandans, you are told that now it is upon the masses to decide. The day Museveni is announced as the president, what do we expect the people to do? You see, and here this is the big question. Will people take it as that? But knowing what has been happening in Uganda previously, some of us have had the opportunity to be there during those elections. What happened is like what happened in Kenya after the Gen Z. Okay, in Kenya today, huwezi fanya maandamano, na tusijidanganye, huwezi fanya maandamano Kenya today unless sijui utaiapproach aje, because the moment you try to start saying utafanya maandamano, hata kwa nyumba utatoka. Yes. Kama ilifika mpaka you cannot walk, ati siwezi tembea na rafiki yangu, mnaambiwa hata tau uendi, utoki. Kama unaishi Kibera, utakiwa utoke huko. Hata kutoka kwa nyumba kwenda mahali wewe ununua sukari, you are not allowed to do that. You are confined and subdued. Okay, that is what will happen in Uganda. Election the day zitaanauziwa, umesikia army is taking over. That is what you've been told, which is unconstitutional. It is a civilian election. What is the army coming out to do? So hiyo question ya nani huyu jamaa huyu Mkisia anasema ati Museveni fears what will happen. Museveni does not fear what will happen. Na nataka to observe. That's why I said tuangalie election ya Uganda vizuri. Museveni will be announced very comfortably, and I want you Njiro to be very keen. Utaona watu wa Uganda watakuwa na Kiswahili tunaita kudhibiti, watadhibitiwa properly. Recently you saw the way Tanzanians walidhibitiwa after what they did on election day. which took the government by surprise. Tell me, ile maandamano ilikuwa imeitwa ya pili, mtu hata kwenda choo ilikuwa huwezi enda choo unless you have a choo in your own house. Wale watu wana choo ya kule kilomita moja, ilikuwa ukitoka ukienda pale choo during that distance, kuna mtu anakuuliza na anakuangalia unaenda wapi. That is Africa. That is how African dictators work. Okay, so Museveni will be announced, and by the way, there will be some celebrations in some quarters. So in terms of how population will react, I don't see them reacting differently. Nilikwambia Uganda kuna vitu zinaitwa mamba. Kuna magari inaitwa mamba. Hiyo magari, wacha vile mliongea mbele North juu mliona gari 2-3 za black zile hamjawahi ona. Za Uganda zinatokanga unafikiria ni bats ziko all over. Ama zinaitangwa aje hizi those very wild things zile zilikuwa zinanyonya watu damu. They are the ones that move around. Na watu wamevaa style nyingine unashindwa wametoka wapi. It inakuaga noma. And I'm very curious. I want us to watch that. And this guy will be announced not even under very intense security. Ataannouncewa casually and itakuwa hivyo. And that time your Ruto will be understudying. And that is what amefanya. Kenya nimekuambia saa hii you can't. Huwezi toka. Wewe unaona unapigwa na tear gas ya mkutano na hakuna kitu inaendelea. Haya unaona polisi anatembea na mtu amebeba rungu jembe na inaendelea hivyo. Unaongea leo kesho hiyo maneno inasahaulika. By the way, the Kenyan community now has already been subdued to a level that we are not even different from the Ugandan community. The most frustrating thing is that all what we have gained, we have lost in Ruto. Back to you.
Okay. Sawa. So let me give
more misunderstanding or a protest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Talks by Kate. Today's report is serious, important, and worth your full attention. What is happening in Burkina Faso right now is not just another political headline. It is a story about power, security, unity, and a country trying to protect its future. In early January 2026, the government of Burkina Faso announced that it had successfully stopped an attempted coup against President Captain Ibrahim Traoré and the military-led government. According to authorities, this was not a small misunderstanding or a protest that got out of hand. It was a carefully planned operation meant to remove the current leadership, destabilize the country, and return Burkina Faso to a period of fear and uncertainty. The alleged plan was set to happen late at night, around midnight, a time when people are usually asleep and security is often tested. The plot reportedly included plans to assassinate key military and civilian leaders, starting with President Ibrahim Traoré. There were also plans to attack important military sites and strategic infrastructure. If this plan had succeeded, it could have caused serious chaos, fear, and loss of life across the country. Fortunately, the coup attempt failed. Security services acted quickly, intelligence systems worked ahead of time, and several suspects were arrested before the plan could be carried out. The government moved fast to calm the population and made it clear that the situation was under control. Daily life continued, and Burkina Faso did not fall into violence or widespread panic. As investigations continued, the government named a former leader, Paul-Henri Sandaogo Damiba, as someone allegedly linked to the plot. Damiba led Burkina Faso in 2022 before being removed from power and has since been living outside the country. Authorities claim he may have worked from abroad, allegedly coordinating with former loyalists and other actors to organize and support the attempted takeover. While investigations are still ongoing, the government insists the threat was real and serious. What happened next showed how determined the current leadership is to prevent instability. President Captain Ibrahim Traoré did not delay or give weak responses. Instead, he acted quickly and firmly. One of the most significant actions was the deployment of 1,000 specially trained commandos to key locations in Ouagadougou and other strategic areas. These commandos are not ordinary soldiers. They are carefully selected, trained, and trusted personnel whose mission is to protect national institutions and prevent any further attempts at destabilization. They were stationed at important locations such as government buildings, media centers, financial institutions, power facilities, and other sensitive sites. The message was clear: no surprise attack, no midnight operation, and no hidden plan would be allowed to succeed. At the same time, the government carried out a major reshuffle within the military. Senior officers who served under the previous regime and were considered potential security risks were reassigned to positions where they could no longer influence sensitive operations. In simple terms, those linked to the old power structure were removed from key command roles to reduce the risk of internal betrayal. This move was not about revenge, it was about rebuilding trust inside the armed forces. Burkina Faso has experienced several coups in the past, and internal divisions within the military have often played a role. By restructuring the command system, President Traoré aimed to build a military that answers clearly to the nation and the people, not to personal ambition or external influence. Another major step taken by the government was strengthening surveillance in the capital. A wide network of security cameras was installed to monitor major roads, public spaces, and sensitive areas around the clock. This system helps security forces identify suspicious activity early and respond before problems grow into serious threats. Many citizens say this has increased their sense of safety and reduced fear. Since these measures were introduced, life in Ouagadougou and other cities has remained calm. Markets are open, transport is running, businesses are operating, and children are attending school. This calm shows that the government's response, though strong, has helped maintain order. The reaction of the people has also been powerful. Instead of hiding in fear, many citizens came out to show support for President Traoré and the government. Peaceful gatherings and demonstrations of solidarity were seen in different cities. For many supporters, Traoré represents a leader who is trying to break away from the past and defend Burkina Faso's independence and dignity. Public support matters because no government can survive on force alone. Stability depends on the trust and cooperation of the people. In this case, the visible support from citizens has strengthened the government's position and sent a message that many Burkinabe do not want a return to endless coups and instability. When we look beyond Burkina Faso, we see that similar struggles are happening elsewhere in the world. A clear example is the current situation in Venezuela. Venezuela has been facing renewed political tension, deep divisions, and strong involvement from foreign powers. Military actions, arrests, and street-level unrest have once again reminded the world how quickly a country can be pushed into crisis. When power is contested and outside interests are involved. The situation in Venezuela shows a global pattern. Countries that insist on controlling their own political direction often face strong pressure. Whether in Africa or Latin America, the main question remains the same. Who decides the future of a nation, the people, or external forces? For many supporters of President Traoré, this comparison is important. They believe Burkina Faso must remain united and alert to avoid falling into long-term instability. Internal division, they argue, only opens the door to foreign influence and suffering. Back in Burkina Faso, authorities say the alleged coup plot targeted leaders at different levels, not just the presidency. This suggests that the goal was not reform or dialogue, but forceful control. That is why the government believes its strong response was necessary. The deployment of the 1,000 commandos is therefore not just about protecting one man. It is about protecting institutions, public order, and the future of the country. These soldiers form a protective shield meant to prevent violence and ensure continuity. Another important aspect is the transformation of the military itself. The government is promoting younger officers and those with real experience on the ground, especially in fighting armed groups. This shift is meant to build a more professional army, focused on national defense rather than politics. Foreign influence is often mentioned in discussions like this, and Burkina Faso is no exception. The government has suggested that external interests may prefer instability. While investigations continue, this reflects a broader concern shared by many countries seeking greater independence in their political and economic decisions. What is clear is that Burkina Faso has chosen a path of internal strength. Instead of relying on outside military intervention, the government is focusing on strengthening its own security institutions. The message is simple and firm. Attempts to destabilize the country will not succeed. The government wants to show that the era of easy coups is ending and that the will of the people must be respected. The 1,000 commandos represent prevention, not fear. Combined with surveillance systems and military restructuring, they show a new security approach aimed at long-term stability. Officials continue to urge citizens to remain calm, avoid rumors, and support peace. Unity, they say, is the strongest defense against both internal and external threats. As events continue to unfold, one thing is certain: Burkina Faso is at a critical moment. The decisions made now will shape the country's future. Whether people fully support or question the leadership, the shared desire for peace and stability remains strong. This is Talks by Kate, bringing you important news in clear and simple language. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Share your thoughts respectfully. What do you think about Burkina Faso's response to this attempted coup? And how do you see similar struggles for sovereignty playing out in places like Venezuela? Your voice matters.
So, tulipika hiyo video ni yako. Go ahead. React to Burkinabe. They have capacity even to thwart. Ni kama kuna watu, unajua hiyo nchi wanapiduanga serikali. They are able to detect a coup and neutralize it. React. Tulipika. Aya, Stone amepotea. Nitafute video. Let's listen to Gachagua today. Gachagua today.
Na mimi nataka nikuulize William Ruto, wewe siku mlikosana na Uhuru Kenyatta for 5 years, alikubalia wewe kutembea hapa mlimani, si ndio? Alimzuia. Mbona wewe unatuzuia kutembea nyumbani kwetu? Uhuru Kenyatta never stopped you from coming to the mountain. Despite your differences, he allowed you free movement in the country. Here in the mountain, you are here more than he was. He never sent goons, he never sent police to stop you from coming to the mountain. Why are you trying to stop me from talking to my people? Do you think by stopping me from coming to my people, you can separate me from them? You can't. These people are with me 100%. That you must know by now. And there is nothing you can do about it. Now those circles ambaye wanatumika kusafirisha wahuni. Because I know maybe the leaders, the owners are not aware. We will write to them to tell them not to hire out their vehicles to criminals. But we want to give them the benefit of doubt. Probably the leaders of those circles are not aware ya kwamba zinatumika. Na mimi niambie hiyo watu ya ODM, msitumiwe na Ruto kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta alijaribu kusaidia nyinyi, kusaidia baba apate uongozi. Alimsaidia hapa mlimani na 1.3 million votes. Nyinyi wenyewe mkakosa kwenda kupiga kura, mkaanguka. Kwa hivyo msilaumu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Shida ya ODM ni William Ruto. Ameamua ataigawanya na ataimaliza. Amemwambia Hassan Joho adimadi kuwa party leader ndio anyimwe, aende aanzishe chama ya Pwani au ODM Pwani. Amemwambia Oparanya aende adimadi kuwa party leader ndio anyimwe, aende aanzishe chama huko Western. Amesema ODM anataka ibaki chama cha Wajaluo. Kwa hivyo nyinyi kama ODM, shida yenu sio Uhuru Kenyatta. Shida yenu ni William Ruto. Nyinyi mmekaa na yeye, mjue vile mtasaidiana na yeye. Sisi alikuwa hapa katudanganya, tumewachana na yeye. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka Uhuru Kenyatta apewe heshima. Na mimi natakia Uhuru very peaceful retirement. Na ako na haki as a leader kama Mkenya to associate with anybody that he wants, because that is his democratic right. Sisi hatusumbui Uhuru saa hii, tunasukuma kazi. Lakini tukiona kimeumana tunamhitaji huko mbele, nitamuagiza yeye atoke retirement akuja tusaidie. Wangapi wakisema kikiumana tumuite akuja tusaidie? Lakini for now we are managing and we are okay. Nasema watoto from
I wanted we react to that. Unasikia, I think now that one looks like unity between Gachagua and Uhuru. Amemtaja sana na anasema saa hii tunaweza, we can do these things by ourselves. Lakini tukihitaji Uhuru tunaweza mwambia. So it looks like Gachagua and Uhuru, they might combine. Let's see. Ana may discredit, amesema hiyo ni circus.
Kwa hivyo mimi nataka Uhuru Kenyatta apewe heshima. Na mimi natakia Uhuru very peaceful retirement. Na ako na haki as a leader kama Mkenya to associate with anybody that he wants, because that is his democratic right. Sisi hatusumbui Uhuru saa hii, tunasukuma kazi. Lakini tukiona kimeumana tunamhitaji huko mbele, nitamuagiza yeye atoke retirement akuja tusaidie. Wangapi wakisema kikiumana tumuite akuja tusaidie? Lakini for now we are managing and we are okay. Nasema watoto from everywhere in the country, those who are qualified wakuja hapa. Lakini wale wa hapa who are qualified wapewe nafasi kwa hizi shule za hapa. Hatuwezi kuwa watoto wamepita na shule iko hapa nje. Hapa Moho High School, hapa St. Francis Mangu, hapa Thika High School. Mtoto wa hapa wazazi wake walijenga hiyo shule. Amepita vizuri. Anapelekwa shule ya day Kericho. Anapelekwa shule ya day Turkana. Alafu mtoto wako na max iko chini anakuja kwa hii shule. Na wale wenye huko watoto wetu wanapelekwa Northeastern wamekataa kujenga mashule. Wamepewa pesa mingi sana lakini wamekataa kujenga mashule. Pesa imemwagwa mingi sana huko lakini ukienda hakuna. There is nothing on the ground. Juzi nimesema mambo ya mfanyabiashara hapo na mall pale Isili anafinya wakulima wetu wa mchele. Hao ma MPs wananipiga, wanatetea huyu mfanyabiashara. Lakini saa hii Garissa, Wajir, Mandera iko njaa. Watu hawana chakula. Ng'ombe haina chakula, haina maji. Hawaongei hiyo maneno ile na usu pia Northeastern. Wanatetea mfanyabiashara moja kwa sababu wanachukua pesa kwake. Na mimi natetea wakulima wa mchele. Mimi natetea watu 1,100. Hawa wanatetea mtu mmoja. Lakini watu wa Garissa, Mandera, Marsabit hawana chakula, hawana maji, hawatetei. So mimi nataka kuambia hao viongozi, please talk for your people. Don't talk for one businessman ambaye anahangaisha wafanyabiashara. Hata wa Somali wafanyabiashara wamenitafuta. Huyu mfanyabiashara mmoja amewaangamiza hao. Amechukua biashara yote ya importation and supply. Wa Somali rice traders, all of them out of business. Nao waheshimiwa wa Northeastern wanatetea huyo. Hawezi enda kutetea wananchi wale wako pale. Hata ukipiga sisi, hata ukipiga hii wa Kristo, hata ukituma wahuni, mambo yako hapa mlimani imekwisha. And there is nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do. The more you intimidate these people, the more you apply violence against the mountain people and their leaders, the more they hate you and the more determined they are to send you home. Please grow up, uachane na hii tabia. Na nyinyi waheshimiwa wana Kagombe, hii watu ya Kemoria walikuchagua. Mbona unatumana wapigwe na hao wazazi wako? Moses Kuria, hii watu ya Gatundu walikuchagua siku mingi. How do you send goons to fight the people who elected you? Pewa pesa na William Ruto. Mtauza watu wenu for how long? It is very embarrassing. That's why viongozi wetu hapa Kiambu wamekuwa watumwa wa William Ruto, wanapewa pesa kupiga watu wao. Lakini mimi nataka niseme nikisikiza wananchi kuanzia jana, our people will not allow this nonsense anymore. Na nyinyi polisi kuliko kuja kulinda wa Kristo, mnalinda wakora. Si mungeondoka hiyo wakora wanano na hao na wananchi. Why are you defending criminals? Why? William Ruto, why are you sending criminals here to fight people? And then IG Kaja, you said police to defend criminals.
Sisi tumeamua hakuna siku hata moja tutapiga mmoja wetu. Kweli ya urongo? Hakuna hata siku moja sisi watu wa Mount Kenya tutapiga mtu mmoja wetu. Tulidanganywa na Kasongo tukaambiwa Uhuru ni mbaya. Akatudanganya karibu tukubali. Tukapiga Uhuru wetu. Kwa sasa tumejua kumbe Uhuru sio mbaya. Yule alikuwa mbaya ni yule Kasongo alidanganya. Kwa sasa amedanganya, anamuita Rigiji mkabila. Kutetea watu yako ni ukuwa mkabila. Rigiji jana ametetea watu wa Northeastern. Watu wa Northeastern wote saizi wanasimama kusema asante Rigiji, asante Rigiji. Sababu yeye ni kiongozi ambaye anapigania kila mtu. Ndio maana tunasema kura gagokiaga hatiri hede tukahora mutongoria witu. Hatiri hede tukahora mutongoria witu. Na aria marahũthĩrwo mwena ũrĩa ũngĩ onokorwo nĩ aitũ. Na nĩ ndakena nĩ kuona brother.
Aya, so bwana Stony PK nilikuita ukakosa, lakini relax kidogo, wacha tukaribishe Mbudi. Unajua Mbudi anakuanga na mzonoro mingi sana, tunaweza muruka.
Ni vizuri na multitask ni sawa, endelea tu, hamna shida.
Yeah, ni sawa. So that is Gachagua, and the reason why nimecheza Gachagua hapo is video is very rich today. He has sensationally, let me use that word, he has sensationally invoked Uhuru na akasema hii kazi tunawezana nayo. Well, relax, uko kwa retire. Lakini tukikutaka tutakutoa uko kwa retire. So bwana Mbudi, nataka uingie na hiyo version. Is it the beginning of collaboration or ni kamba defu ni vile hatujui? What does Gachagua mean? Anaambia Uhuru relax, uko tuko sawa. What does it mean?
Jiru, acha nikusalimu Stone PK na wengine wote ambao tuko hapa kujadili maneno ya maisha yetu. Siasa ni maisha. In definition, politics is the way of life. Kwa swali lako, lakini silo limeleta hapa juu. Mimi nilikuambia, I think I was one of the bold few people who embraced Gachagua before Julia alikuwa anashangaa nini mbaya na mimi. And when I started listening to Gachagua, because Gachagua was so irritating during the campaign. It was so irritating, not even William Samoei Ruto. Gachagua used to be irritating during the campaigns. And I never listened to the guy. But somehow, after they took the administration, I started, well, during the deputy presidential debate, I listened to Gachagua, and I did say Gachagua won the debate against our own Martha Karua. Later on, after they took over, after pressure ilienda chini, we cried a lot, but I started listening to him. And I confirmed kuwa the person ambaye alipea William Samoei Ruto kura katika hiyo region ilikuwa ni Gachagua. Gachagua knows how to use his words against the person that he doesn't want, or against the person that they have a confrontation. He's so measured that if you are Gachagua's enemy, don't listen to him. Utakuwa na blood pressure. Now, to your question, the day Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta warned Kioni against saying anything against Gachagua, that is the day I understood that Uhuru is a smart politician. Going against Gachagua was the worst thing that he will do. Gachagua has his own weaknesses. Gachagua has a record that we may not like. But at this particular time, they let that vacuum to be filled by him. And the good thing about Gachagua is when he filled the vacuum, he has used it effectively to the point whereby whether you like him or not, at some point you are going to agree with him. I saw Grand Mullah actually agreeing with Gachagua and saying very good things about Gachagua. I read that thing several times. I had to go to Twitter and several places to outsource to see if truly Grand Mullah ama ilikuwa tu ni inflammation of the media. Now, there's another older guy from Northeastern whose clip has gone viral. He said, I don't like Gachagua. I don't agree with him. But what he has said about our leadership style and what we have done, that all our money constituencies, all our hospital money, all our school money, all our roads are in Eastlands, benefiting one individual who is untouchable. At least today we have found somebody who is able to touch this untouchable person. I think in my usual praise for Gachagua, let me use a different word today. Gachagua is a national treasure. Because if you can be embraced by the Orias, bro, you've gone far. So I think he has ignited a debate that
Waria. Nasema ameembracewa na Waria.
Yeah, he has ignited a debate that we were not ready for. Remember when we hated Ndindi Nyoro, and Ndindi Nyoro started telling us when he was still the chair of the budget committee, and he showed us what he has done. That was immediately they had come to power. And people like Simbarati said that he had gotten more money, and the famous speech by Junet saying, who among the 349 members of parliament is able to do carpeting, do what? But, at that particular time, Junet was popular because you know, whoever that spoke against the administration was popular because there was a vacuum. We needed anything to be said against the Kenya Kwanza administration. Little did I know that the very thing that I actually supported, the rhetoric of Junet that I supported, I didn't know that later on the chicken will come home to roost. Because, first of all, he is a Somali. Secondly, he has done nothing in his constituency. Thirdly, the issue is about kila mtu aende kwao. So I think it made the Luos feel much better. Kuwa si hata mashule, kila mtu aende kwao kuwe MP. I like that fact that kila mtu aende kwao, si ati tu kuenda shule. Hata kila mtu akuwe MP kwao. But that is also going against the grain in Mombasa, ambayo, you know, Mohammed is doing well, which I don't want actually for him to win the governorship. But in spite and despite of that, I'll tell you that we are in a conundrum whereby even if we don't like Gachagua, Fred Matiang'i and the rest of the people do not have the capacity that Gachagua has single-handedly to shut people off. Remember when they said the guy is not learned, and he told us, degree zote Ruto ako nayo. Nobody has spoken about education ever since that time. He shut those people down, and nobody has ever abused. Sorry for my friend. The people, nobody has ever brought the issue that, oh, Kindiki is learned. Oh, my friend, their education was in what Gachagua brought up. And you know what? It embarrassed them to the core. So Gachagua is the only man right now we have that is able to bring these cliches around that makes Kenya vibrant, waiting for 2027. So whether we like him or not, unfortunately, whether we think that he shouldn't be given a platform, an opportunity in 2027, I think we need to suck it and get used to it. Let me finish this. Kalonzo said on a platform kuwa mimi sikuwa najua Rigiji, lakini nimekuja kumjua vizuri sana. Ningemjua mapema, huyu jamaa angetusaidia Kasonga asikuwe rais. You know, I watched that and I was like, you know, there is no better truth than that we only hated the guy because alitetea William Samoei Ruto, not because he had done anything wrong to us. And even the people who still hate Gachagua today, I think it's because of his association and actually delivering the mountain to William Samoei Ruto. So I don't know. I mean, I don't want Gachagua to be the president, but I don't think anybody can be a president without Gachagua at this moment, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, I want to you clarify for me that your statement yako ya mwisho. You don't think somebody can become a president without Gachagua. So that means because Ruto doesn't have Gachagua, we should not focus on him to say that I can't make it now. Is your statement a circular statement to everybody? Bwana Mbudi, in Kenya, no one can become a president without Gachagua in Kenya. No one.
Gachagua has become a national treasure. You know, that which the Somalis were not able to talk about, that which the Somalis for a very long time have been afraid to talk about. He has ignited a debate within them, and they are seeing sense. People like the Grand Mullah, who obviously can disagree in every angle with Gachagua. Gachagua understands the language of the people and how you don't become an enemy to Gachagua. The problem is that I don't know if it's linguistic or it's just a gift of gaft that he has. He's progress in, you know, rhetorically to deconstruct you, like as if he's not angry. You know, he says things when he's just, and then he keeps talking, and he's so eloquent while he's speaking, And you know, we are enjoying it as if it's something that pleasure of dopamine, not anything below dopamine. And politically, that person is a dangerous person. Why? Because he's capable of uniting. You see, when he said that, we thought, some of us, that he has gone beyond and maybe he should tone down. But he didn't tone down. But what you're seeing is the Somalis are rallying and now speaking and even making more noise than any other person. And we have left the platform for them. And you know, Gachagua then anajua kuchokoza watu. Anakuja anasema, even their own leaders are now calling me. When he knows something has caught fire, he's now even anarusha tena paraffin juu. Even their own leaders. Huyu mtu anaangaisha kila mwanabiashara. And then analeta mchele ndani because anajua hawa watu wanakula mchele. Anasema, even the rice traders, listen to Gachagua's words. They are not by accident. Huyo jamaa ni mchokozi. Huyo jamaa ni mchokozi na anajua kuchokoza. My friend, Gachagua ni mchokozi na akikuchokoza nyamaza. Ukirudisha, my friend, the rest of ni wewe unapata hiyo pain. The pain is like labor pain. Right now Ruto is having labor pain. I'm not lying to you.
Okay. You are so confident with Gachagua. I think you are. I like your consistency, Bwana Elmwood, because you are among some of the Kenyans who are able to appreciate that hyper qualities of Gachagua, while some of Kenyans, they are just calling him tribal bigot without looking at the things which is right. But there's something I want to ask you now. Today, Matiang'i has also given one of the best speech of his modern time. Tumeicheza hapa, and I would not want to repeat it. I hope you did. You watch the speech of Matiang'i today? Because I want to combine it with what Gachagua did today as well. Umeona speech ya Matiang'i leo?
Yes, I did. I will comment later. I did, and I've listened several times because we had a discussion about it on the Kisii Forum. And I think what is happening is, I will touch on it.
Okay.
When Gachagua said, who told you that the opposition is dead? Do you remember that statement?
Yes, I remember.
We are working together. I now believe that now they have a collaboration. It may not be furnished enough for us to appreciate. But I think as a political strategist, a person who loves reading political stratums, I think they have understood that working separately is not, coherent, and it's not giving the people what they need. So I believe somehow they have hired people who, I believe, I'm not sure. And given the fact of what he spoke in that speech, and you see also what Gachagua is doing, I think they understand how to cushion and sandwich Ruto in the middle, and that is very effective. Let's wait and see how they will continue, if the momentum will continue. But both what they have done this time around, I think, has made what was waning down to start boiling, and I think I'm more happier than before.
Yeah, frankly speaking, the opposition front, because hata mimi nimeongea na watu wengi sana, people are extremely pleased by those two speeches today. The other day, last week, there was a poll which was also showing that Natembeya has galvanized Western. That is also something which I want us to add to that, because it's also adding weight. Of late, I've not heard Natembeya's speech, but there was a poll which was done. Whoever did it, because it showed something positive to us, so I can comment about it. So they said that it's like Natembeya is more popular in Western than Ruto. And then they tried to portray that Ruto was leading in all the other regions. I hope you saw that poll. My question, what does that mean when it comes to Western? Or how should we approach Western? It's like, it looks like a Tawe movement is the deal there. So and Natembeya is part of our part of our team. So does it mean that even some of the places where we were seeing like they could be disjointed is like our strongholds are now starting to? Is it a signal that our strongholds are assembling up? Bwana Mbudi?
Jirongo's funeral was a turnaround. And we have not exhausted the speeches and the fear the lawyers are facing right now. Nairobi, they want to eject Sifuna. ODM did a disservice to Wanyonyi. Okay? One man that across the board, okay, used to bankroll campaigns is gone. The same man is the one that used Kutetea and also allow Jacob Juma to also fund and create leadership within the Luya community. How the Luya community used to get from the deep state so that they can have their own leaders is because people like Jirongo could spell out leadership in certain people and help them come out and become leaders. No one in that podium who stood did not say how Jirongo was critical. Even Atwoli himself said, at the time that Jirongo was going down, I personally gave him 100 million without a collateral because I understood we are losing a lion. And them knowing that this is happening, I guarantee you people like Atwoli are grooming Natembeya because they are sick and tired of Mudavadi and Wetangula. I guarantee you somehow, when you used to see these all Bukungu Stadium meetings that they used to go and anoint a leader so that they can work with Raila prior to the election, all these things, you could see them, how they used to start. These people, they love meeting in Oasis in Nairobi. The place Orengo got Mudavadi the day Mudavadi said he's going to work with ODM. Mudavadi was extremely drunk that day, if you remember that clip. The Luya nation has the worst phobia in the way Ruto wants to deal with them, including this man called Wetangula. He's not sitting pretty on that seat. He knows they made a mistake. Mudavadi understands that is between life and death. Not politically. We are talking about the sacred life that God gave him. So he's just peddling lies, knowing very well that what has happened to Jirongo can happen to him. So the Luya nation has only one bold person. I don't know if he's going to prevail. The day he met Murkomen, I was kind of disappointed. I don't know what they spoke. But in this campaign, the way he used to tell the Luyas, nyinyi ni watu wa kuchimba kaburi, nyinyi ni watu wa watchman, nyinyi ni watu wa nini nini, imefika wakati hata sisi tunatakana tutoke kwa hizo, sio kwa sababu ni mbaya kabisa, lakini hata sisi tuvae suti na tuanze kuongoza. That message resonated across the Luya nation. Trust me. Even though they were stolen the election in Malava, but heshima, what he used to pick, it would say heshima ya Mluya resonated very well. And I think people like Atwoli are paying attention because they are power hungry. They will always go and support the guy. I don't know if the pool was right, whether it was paid or it was not right. I think Natembeya is on the right trajectory.
Okay, so that one is well. So, based on that, now we can now say that we have links. We have disconnected links now which we can connect. We can now say like we have potential to mobilize Mount Kenya. We have potential to mobilize much of Western region. We have potential to mobilize Nyanza, because in any case, even in Nyanza itself, there is too much disconnection. That disconnection is good. It means you can bring it as a point of connection. And Western and Eastern and the coast. So based on that and the new mobilization tactic which Mr. Ruto is using, especially now that kama kesho anashinda Nyeri in pretext ya ati kufungua project za vijana. sijui kama niyo kiti yake anaita Nyota, and as well as using hii I show speed. Nimeona huyu kijana Speed hata anajifanya sijui anamkaribisha Kenya sijui nini, and taking him to and telling some of the people to take him to some of his projects, which he thinks are iconic according to him, to buy to crowd chase. So the question which I'm asking, we have a second, and that's our topic today. We have a, let me call it a second return of Ruto in Mount Kenya, being done by or being sponsored by people like Waiguru and majority of Togeges in Mount Kenya region, because wale watu wamebaki na Ruto in Mount Kenya region, we call them Togege. Or they are people who really, they don't seem to be very well seated within the favor of people. The question which I'm asking, the second return of Ruto, Bwana Budi, can you help me look at it? Is it going to settle, or this second return they are kicks of a dying horse? Is it a real return, or they are kicks of a dying horse? Because there is a second return of Ruto, and you can see it now. You can see some yellowing, watu wanapewa mayero na nini. It's Ruto's second return, and they are hyping it even in the media, and even their bloggers are hyping Ruto's second return. So can you comment about Ruto's second return, and then to Patterson, PK, and then Jerome?
You know, I watched carefully the speech of Kihiga or something, the governor from Nyeri. And like, it was off, totally off. Yeah, you could see the guy. I don't know. Stoney is better analyzer when it comes in terms of literature. And in literature, there is intonation, there is speed, there is suspense, there is all these things that makes a speech. The guy was off, totally off. And at some point, I wondered if he understood the future and the legacy that he's leaving. I don't know his performance, and I don't know his political progress. I have tried so much to see how he became a governor and why he became a governor. I'm not sure. But I want to compare vis-a-vis people who should be on his caliber and what they have done. Orengo in Siaya, in spite that there has been great pressure for him to do ABCD, has always found a way, even if he is forced in the same podium with the president to sing praise and worship to the government. Somehow, Orengo has found a way to battle it out and make sure that he tells the president the truth, nothing but the truth, and everything the way it should be. I expected this man who constantly on various platforms has come out to tell us that pesa ya Wakikuyu na maendeleo imepelekwa, because not once, not twice, several times, you could see a man who is operating under fear, who eventually acknowledged is among the UDM mongrels, and he will remain there. Now that asks or begs the question, what is Ruto up to, especially in Nyeri? I think Ruto understands, even from the mood of the clergy, who he used effectively. Were it the politicians, Ruto would not have garnered the support. But it looks like the clergy have left the guy. And if you want to know that Gachagua is a smart politician, in the speech he had today, he told the police inside there, munakuja kulinda wa Kristo, ile hali wauni wako huko nje. So again, Gachagua understands that he must remind the people in Central that Ruto used Christianity to come in. And again, he wants to use it, but it will not work. He has persecuted the same people that actually he used in terms of money and in terms of... So I don't think Ruto will go far. In terms of cosmetic politics, of arrangement, of rhetoric, and of the podium, he seems to be organized and well-rooted to lie to us through propaganda that everything is going on smooth. But the body language that Ruto is getting in the mountain is not the same that Ruto used to get, that used to annoy us. That daily we could talk, nini mbaya na hawa wanini wa Kikuyu, nini mbaya na hawa wa Kikuyu. Now we only say, what's wrong with this guy? He thinks he can lie to these people again. The body language, the chemistry, the intimacy is not there. You can feel it, and you don't need to be a genius to know that. So I think he's chasing a mirage. It's a dead end, and what he's doing is political gimmicks so that he can steal 2 to 3%, or at least 10% to show that he used to show up. He has a governor here. He has a friend here. There are still UDA remains here. But I think time alone, time will tell. I think the mountain has totally rejected. He may have remnants in the leadership, which we understand they are not going to rebel because we don't want another artificial. Let them do what they can do to avoid artificial elections. We don't need the mountain to go to by-elections again. Let them sing those praises, because we don't want a creation of another artificial elections or by-election in the mountain to intimidate them for Ruto to show that he is still popular. So I echo the people who are still in leadership and in UDA who will do anything and everything to do what? To hoodwink their minds that, look, when the president comes, we are okay with him. But they know very well that, you know what? This guy understands that if elections were to be held, he is not going to run. On what? On UDA. They know that. It's not like a by-election. So they want to create more by-elections to intimidate people, but let these governors and the leadership in the mountain be wise enough to understand that we don't want another Mbeere, so that people can start, claiming victory where they truly do not have any votes. And that is why Stone PK is always mad and telling the people that, you see, once they do that, they create a situation whereby people like Karis easily can be manhandled to go where? To the other aisle because of frustration and what? Frustration and embarrassment. So I understand the leadership, how it's also play Ruto. We don't have to play Ruto by just saying one term. No, 2 term. We can also play him by saying one term. I mean, that's a rhetoric he wants to hear. Let him hear and go. That's my thinking strategically.
Okay, sawa. Thank you for that. So you don't. Bwana Mbudi, you hold the thoughts of Matiang'i. Hiyo tutaileta zaidi. Let's exhaust here yellow fever, the second return of Ruto, and you have tried to analyze for us that Gachagua seems to understand the root, and he used Christianity, and it's like Gachagua is rhetorically showing people. As you think that point ile kitu imekuja ni vile Gachagua all the time anasemanga, si mnajua huyu mtu alikuja hapa na Biblia, mwadhani agoshwe, anatudanganya. I think again in literature is a very serious point. What do you think, like when Gachagua is saying, maybe in a minute, in the latest on PK, what do you think when Gachagua says, mnajua huyu mtu alikuja na Biblia alafu anatuambia mwadhani agoshwe, and then he imitates what he was saying? Do you think like is a literature way of trying to show that he used religion to actually hoodwink you to support him? Mbudi?
I think, my friend, sometimes I look at Gachagua from a literature point of view. And I think I undermined Gachagua for a very long time. What Gachagua is usually saying there, and actually sometimes he gets mad and punches and says the reality. He says, Sini bibi yangu alimpea watu wote wa kanisa. So what he usually reminds him, wewe, you begged a woman to give you votes. Because Gachagua himself has said, huyu jamaa alikuja kwangu mara nyingi. Akaniambia ni mimi tu nitamsaidia. Na mimi nikaleta religious leaders. So whenever Gachagua brings the issue of religious leaders, you understand, I'm not sure how the operationalization of the religion, more especially Christianity, in the mountain. But the mountain are very religious. When it comes to religion, they are very pious and very humble. So you can see an intern from Gachagua kuwa, this guy literally, the person who gave him the votes is my wife. And he doesn't respect the people of the mountain. That is how I always interpret. Yeah, Stone PK endelea, ni kama Njiru ameenda kawaida. Hey, Njiru umeenda wapi ama mimi ndio siwasikii?
Njiru, I don't know how we will teach this old dog how to bark, honestly. Unajua unatakana unapatia watu hands up. Kama unaenda choo, unasema unaenda because like you can't just go and disappear. Anyway.
No, I've not disappeared.
But unapatia break, Njiru. We lose momentum when we have these very unpleasant breaks, man. We need to have a proper trail of discussion and thoughts, one after the other, because you lead with your questions. So when you drop off, we are off. Like now, I don't know what I should come in with, because I mean it's huge. It's
okay, Nisawa, we were talking about yellow fever, Bwana Stone PK. React to that, like the second return of Ruto and.
So let me pick it from there. Let me say one thing I've never ever, and I will not pretend to think because people are thinking with it. I will not do that. One thing I will not do is pretend to forget who Gachagua was and who he really is. Hiyo sitasahau, never. And if I forget, unless I'm a juvenile. Okay. Second thing is, I'll never forget who Ruto is and who Ruto was and who Ruto will be. Hizo story mbili, nobody should come and confuse me. Saul aligeuka akakua. Kwanza, I don't believe in some of those biblical stories because they are written by human beings who have they wrote them according to what they wanted it to look like. Yeah, I can also write my own version of a very evil or devilish person turning into an angel. I can have my own description. So I'll not buy, brother, me as Stone PK, I'll not be swayed into, so-and-so is now this way and Makua hivi na hivi na hivi. So that remains constant in me. So as I look at Gachagua, that constant is upper, naipina upper juu. Is what I look at. Whatever he does at Zunguka, I reflect on that. And I wish Kenyans would do that. Because one of the things, let me give an example. I don't understand and I will never understand when somebody comes and tells me that he was lied to by William Samoei Ruto. a whole human being with brains, intelligent, assuming you know everyone thinks he or she is intelligent, yeah, and you pronounce yourself as intelligent, pronounce yourself as sharp, you pronounce yourself as you have brains, then you come and tell us that you fell a victim of this duping, when the rest of Kenyans saw you being duped. That's a lie. Don't fool us, please. There is something else you are following. Then you realize, haikuenda vile ulikuwa unataka. That's why you turn around. So personally, I want Kenyans not to be fooled into that. What do I mean? I don't want Kenyans to come and be fooled that Gachagua has changed and that, you know, he gives, and I don't like him. I texted his team and him once. I said, don't bring that tag. That's how hiyo tag ya kusema ulidanganywa na Biblia, wewe ni mtu wa Mungu. Hiyo kwanza, hiyo Kenya hatutaki kusikia. We don't want to hear how saved you are, how your religion beliefs are, how that somebody came with the Bible, then you put us in the shit we are in today. At because no, hiyo spare us. Tuachie hiyo, tuondoe hapo, hatutaki kusikia. Don't tell us. Don't even use the word men of God. Kwanza, that's another phrase Kenyans don't want to hear. At least majority of Kenyans, they don't want to hear that. Because we are where we are today. Because of this garbage, men of God, men of color, people walimwagiliwa mafuta, leaders are given by God, and all that. That is the garbage that has put us in this shit that we are in. You are blindfolded. Oh, kumwagiliwa mafuta and all that. That is why we are where we are. So I don't want people to think that there is an angel in Gachagua. Hakuna angel in Gachagua. Gachagua ako where he is because he was short-changed, which is personal. Okay? It is personal. And then luckily, he is a student of literature. By the way, literature and history is one of the best subjects. Those who have kids, those are two subjects as much as they want to become scientists and all that, those two subjects combine very well. You want to become an astronomist and whatever you are, because you need expression, you need to express yourself, and you need to memorize and remember the past and relate with the present. So literature and history combine very well. So luckily, he's a student of literature. So when it comes to really coming and giving you, mtaani tulikuwa tunaita kukatia. Akikukatia, you can never say no. That's why people are tempted. Oh, we think he's the best, he's this and that. Not forgetting, because the words he's using is describing it so well. And even because in literature, mtu kusema sorry, you can use very lovely words. I can promise you heaven. We use imagery. When I want to ridicule you, I use sarcasm, irony. And if you are not acquainted to that, you will be a villain in front of me. I can stumble you to the ground. Ukianza kusimama, never let a literature person to talk before you in a talking and discussion competition. You land on your chest. Okay, flat on your foot. So Gachagua has managed quite well. And remember, he goes publicly and apologizes and admits. That is the strength which I like of Gachagua. But he has one point that he has refused to confess. And this is why I have a beef with him and will die having that beef. Because if he confesses this one thing, then we will know he's ready for redemption. Ameconfess, ndio nilidanganywa na ninaomba msamaha, niliwapeleka kwa hii shimo. He has used, I've not quoted it verbatimly, but he has confirmed and confessed that naomba msamaha. Like in Catholic, you go, you confess, you say ni makosa yangu mimi, and you point yourself. That means you are accepting. I did this, I goofed. That he has done. And that's why, by the way, that swayed a lot of following that he has. Okay? But there is one thing that until the day he will say it, which I don't think he will ever say it. which is what made him gang with Ruto. It was not about the Bible. It's not that he was convinced by the wife who is... Personally, I don't follow what my wife tells me if I feel is wrong. And I'm never ashamed of that. Never. Never. I don't want... You can say I disrespect my wife, I do this. You take it wherever you want to go. But she will not put me in a hole, in a ditch, in the name of babe and love and all that. I'll tell her this garbage, I'm not taking it. And that's stone. Okay? I will not, never. Hata afadhali tukosane kabisa kabisa, but you will not put me in a ditch. So I can never anywhere stand in front of human beings and say this is, oh, you know, my wife is an angel. My wife is a woman of God. So she prayed with his man. And I thought, oh, blah, 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 blah. That nonsense, Stone PK, I don't do. So I'll never excuse anybody who says, I put you in this hole because this is how it was. The Bible, my wife, she's a pastor, she's a prayerful woman, she's a prayerful whatever. Hiyo tuachane nayo. Okay? So Gachagua knows what he did. What he was following in Ruto was not hiyo anaita truthful Bible and all that, because there is nothing biblical about Ruto. There is nothing human about Ruto. There is nothing called, they are all nothings. So hiyo kwanza tuweke kando kabisa. He is on our side, yes. He can broadcast things, hiyo tuweke hivyo. But let's not even pretend that, oh, this man is now, and you're the God we need. By the way, it is not Gachagua we need to remove Ruto. Apana, because what is it Gachagua is telling us about Ruto that Kenyans don't know? Nothing. Nothing. Only that he's just loud. He's simply loud. Okay? He's simply loud. And the worst that Kenyans can do is to think that, oh, Gachagua is the one that can be a president to go competing with Ruto. That is the worst mistake we will ever make. When I say this, people will think I'm deconstructing Gachagua. But this is pure what I believe that it is naked. Someone else will call it whatever it is. But for me, I would want Gachagua as a team player in a secondary level. Not primary, not top, not basic, not pale juu, hapa kwa team. Secondary meaning what? You are here fueling, okay, but not flag bearing. Because I keep on saying, there is what he was chasing in the name of being and associating with it. With who? With Ruto. Remember, even when those people are selecting who to be the deputy, Gachagua got only 4 or 5 votes. Why? Despite all those UDA people also being together and whatever it is, what is it that they had seen in Gachagua that they never wanted to give him more votes than Professor Kindiki? Ask yourself those things, because we forget very quickly. In their own nomination, they said they rejected him. That is like 100%, because you can't get only by 5 people voting for you out of so many of them. That should give you a red flag. Kabisa. And then look at the hula baloo that was there, even which built up into his impeachment. These are things we cannot wish away. Why am I dwelling on this? It's because I want us to hold Gachagua with a pinch of salt and not lie to him that he's the hero, he's the Simba. No. We will be doing wrong. Let us not even hold him and think that now we have the Matiangis and all that, they are secondary to him. Apana, please, we will be making the worst mistake. Okay? Let him not feel like yeye tundi anaweza pin down this monster. That he's the one who can slay the dragon. No, I don't think he should be the one to. People should not take him that. But he can be in the team that will bring the swords and the ropes and everything to tie this monster down and slay it. Okay? So, in terms of, okay, he's well placed. He comes from a community that has very big numbers. That is by default. That is by default. And I would want him to not to use that default as an advantage and the power over those other people who command goodwill from Kenyans. I don't want us to overshadow goodwill. And this brings me to this gentleman we call Tawe. I don't want people to say Tawe is a one time, is a first timer, is all this. Let us stop using those nonsensical analogies that so and so has been, no, he has never been this, he has never been that. You can have a guy jump out of classroom as a teacher in secondary school and he becomes a president. We've seen DJs coming from spinning into spinning the country. Whether they've done well or not, the fact remains that they have risen to those high levels. This does not limit ourselves. After all, even when we talk about education and all that, Kenyan education has become that some part of it is BS. Anybody can be a PhD holder, anybody can be a doctor, anybody can be an engineer. If Sudi is one, then what is it you are coming telling me so and so is educated, so and so is not educated? Those comparisons, we should shelve them and put them very, very far away. Let us use characters now. Let us explore Stone's character, Jiru's character, Alex's character, Njeru Maura's character. Let us now look at that. This Jiru, when he was a primary school teacher in primary school X, this is how he related and all that. Let us start digging those kind of characters. All right? Then we can tell what kind of a human being we are looking at. Okay? So basically what I'm saying, this regaining Mulima, the Ruto, why I'm talking about Gachagua is because this Mulima initially was handed over to Ruto by Gachagua. Okay? It's Gachagua who auctioned Mulima. All right? Now, there's another debate we shall open. Why does Mulima get auctioned so cheaply and easily? Kwa nini? Yani wanaingianga box rahisi. In Kenya, the easiest people kuingiza box ni Mulima. Why? Tumbo. Tamaa. Tumbo. Besha. Our businesses will be destroyed. Besha ishi. We are the most hardworking people. We are the best business people. Sisi ndio hii, sisi ndio ile, sisi ndio wale, sisi ndio huyu, sisi ndio tunaombanga Mungu wa ukweli. We are the most blessed people. Sisi ndio tunaobanga, sisi ndio tunaokokanga. Every time you turn, ni Bwana asifiwe, Mungu ni mwema and all that. So you become gullible. Mimi nikitaka kuja kwenu na kuja na mwadhani ya roso, gedia isiare ya ini. Those all kind of nonsensical things. Even Shetani anakuja anawaambia mwadhani ya roso, Bwana asifiwe, amuulizi ni Bwana gani. So that is the gullibility of these people. And they are the problem that we have in Kenya. Because of that. Somebody will come with money, they fall. Somebody comes with Bible, they fall. Somebody comes with some narrative like now Ruto is coming back with, imagine coming back to the same people that screwed, that he has screwed so heavily. He comes back to people whereby he beats their leader going home in Nyeri, he's tear gas and he's done that. And they are there clapping. What kind of a community is this? Just because you are given a t-shirt and 1,000 shillings, you are there clapping and singing. Now they will also be singing. They will sing that song again. And let me tell you, Njiru and everybody else, in the next 1 or 2 months, you will start hearing the musicians in Central, in Mulima, wanaanza kutunga nyimbo za tuta. Hata nafikiria zimetoka kadhaa. That is people from Central. Why? Because mwanamuziki ametoa 20,000, ameambiwa aenda urecord, anapewa 10,000, and surely are these people you can trust? Today in the entire country, would you imagine that Ruto is making a comeback to some people, to somewhere, after what has happened since 2024? Sincerely speaking, honestly, and when we really put all things aside, would you imagine that Ruto would, hata kama analipa watu kuja kwa meeting na unapewa ma-t-shirts na unapewa hizo yellow thing, do you really have the bone to really come and sit and clap? Hata kama watu wanalipwa, even if you look at those crowds, ndio utalipwa, but can you have, kwani analipa watu wangapi kujaza stadium? They're not a thing. Of course, I noticed in Nakuru, they were begging for people to come into wherever they had the arena and all that. And of course, he had to think quickly, and akaamrisha pesa iletwe watu wapewe, waingie wapewe pesa ya bure, other than the 25,000 he was claiming to give the Nyota people. For those who did not observe, he was so desperate, and the cameras refused to focus on this other side. He didn't have crowd. They felt embarrassed, so they were calling every street walker, mtu huko kujeni, kuja, and people had been wakaambiwa hii for God, na ndio Mungu ameleta hii revelation. Akaanza kuita watu, kujeni na mkae kando, mambo yenu tutaangalia. Which mambo yenu is he had to invoke quickly some money to lure people into entering and sitting. That tells you rejection of this man. So for me, come back, tukimulika vizuri, it's a lot of nonsense. That's why as much as I'm highlighting these things about Gachagua, he has to change his tune now and completely mobilize people totally against this. And that's why I don't want him to keep saying, oh, tunapigwa. No, stop telling us about kupigwa. Stop telling about kupigwa. Tell us about kupigana. Now what? Back to you, Njiro.
Okay, wow. I do not entirely. Anyway, this is a discussion. You have said, I want you to reinforce something there. You have said that Gachagua should play like as a secondary. So I think it's like you have placed tires. So kuna tire 1 na tire 2. So when you say Gachagua should be like secondary, can you put more meat in that? Like people like Kalonzo, Matiang'i wakuwe ndio key figures. Gachagua ni kama ako hapa chini, he is like the engine, or what do you mean? I needed to understand.
What I mean is Gachagua, if you listen to Gachagua very well, Njiro, he's posing as if he's the president we are going to elect. No. And that is wrong. I mean, nobody wants to elect Gachagua as the president because he will be a mediocre president. It's common sense. In fact, let me say this plainly. We don't want anybody from Mulima as president. We don't want a businessman as president anymore. We want a technocrat. Okay? Now, I'm talking this from previous records. Gachagua has been a businessman trading with the governors and all that. His record is not good. It's not what to pretend. And that is not the person I would want to be the president. Somebody who will be talking about shares and about all this. Watu wa mlima, tuko hivi. No. I don't want that somebody who, I want somebody who will come to put structures, fair structures. If it's business, if it is procurement, yani mtu akuji kuongea anataka business. That's why I've never even been for people like Maina Wanjigi. I mean, Jimmy Wanjigi. Because we've known the business involvement in terms of railways and all that. These are people who will come to do business. You can imagine a president who will come to do business. He will be equivalent of Ruto, period. He will want to have everything because one, he needs to make money. Okay? So that's why I don't want him to pose himself as if he's I don't want him to be the leader of the pack and presenting himself like he's the one who is going to wherever. And of late, I'm happy. He has listened to what we are saying. Of late, he is emphasizing in every meeting that he's ready to support anybody else. All right? And support Kabisa. Because Gachagua can play any other very strong role, not by being president, but being in the government that will be formed by the opposition. There are many roles that people can play. For example, if you got as many MPs as possible, that's a huge role. That's a huge role. He doesn't need to be president. But imagine you have like 40% of your MPs in parliament. You will have and push things for the better and for the good of the country. And you are there. When there is anything, you call them, you discuss, and that is what they go. You are commanding whatever. You don't have to be up there doing that kind of a thing. Why I'm saying this is because I want to protect apathy. I want to protect the very big number of people who really don't find Gachagua as a darling. They hold Gachagua with the reservation, which is true. This is something that is running all over. People have reservation because of the past record. Okay? So that's why I'm saying I wish he would really, the strength should be seen in the team. It should be seen bursting and blowing off with the team, not running away and splitting out there and thinking and claiming like he is the only one who can massacre, in quotes, Ruto. That's what I mean. And by playing that way doesn't bring him so down. And I don't want him to have that confidence. I mean, he can have it. Yes, he can have the confidence of thinking he's the best president that we can have. But the people can tell you. You can run an opinion poll and you will see. Of course, majority of Mulima will go after him because of tribal card. Because he's from Mulima, so people will just say Mulima, Gachagua. But how about the rest of the world, the rest of the country? You know, 2026 is the year of reckoning and the year of calling it as it is. Take it as, even if it's bitter. That's how we are supposed to do it. Tusifanye ile sugarcoating tulifanya ma 2022 huko kama baba, we know the rot, and then tunyanyamaza. Ukiguza karot kababa hivi watu wanaamuka wanapiga nduru, yet we were all on the same side. Like this time around tuongee ukweli wa mambo. For example, Western saa hii hakuna mtu ana sauti kuliko Tawe. That is it. Today Western ukiongea Tawe, they say yeah. Don't give us even akina Mudavadi wame expire. Akina Wetangula, they have been shut down unless somebody has not been following Western politics. Kwisha Kisii enda saa hii uongee next anything negative about Matiang'i. Matiang'i sijui ati wa Sonyiro River, no, inaitwaje, Rimayala, nonsense. Utatolewa hapo bila suruali, you know. So Kenyans they know what they want. Enda Ukambani uanze kusema Kalonzo hakutengeneza barabara 50 years, sijui alifanya nini na nini. Saa hii 2026 imeenda njia ingine. People are facing reality. Wanaangalia wewe ulikuwa nani, wewe ni nani leo, na tunaona ni kama utakuwa nani kesho. Back to you, Njiro.
Okay, sawa. So hiyo tutatimizia hapo kidogo so that I can loop in Juria in that. Juria, welcome. Siku hizi nahesabia watu, wewe today is your second show this year 2026. Usifikiria tujui, and you are in date 11, so you have missed 9 shows. Away from that.
Tuambia ni nini 2026 kulikuwa ni aje? Hiyo nitamuinbox nijue kwani.
Hiyo utamuinbox. Juria ametoka pahali pazuri. Juria ametoka pahali pazuri, that one. Ukionanga mtu anaenda na anapotea. She was somewhere. She was in the land of milk and honey. Okay, away from that, Jury. We are now talking about the new fronts which are trying to form, and the yellow fever which is trying to be recreated. Hata nimeona sahi Ruto kwa website yake amepost at nature walk, anatembea na those Togege MPs akina sijui hao watu wote anatembea na wao. So my question today, is Ruto second wave recreatable in Mount Kenya? He has started it off.
I don't think it is recreatable. I don't know how to define those Togeges. Me, kama huyo Mutahi, anaitwa Mutahi, I don't trust him. I think for some time...
Mutahi Kahiga, the governor of Nyeri, huyo alikuwa sasa anapigisifu Ruto hapo.
Yes, he has been playing very safe, and I think he's trying to survive. Na simwamini kabisa. I expect him... I will not be surprised if I see him singing 2 terms. I will not be surprised. And just like what a lot of many of Mount Kenya politicians are likely to do, because first wako na tamaa ya pesa. And that is why I am against this thing of telling people go and eat Ruto's money. It is not doing us good. History ya kuambia tutokeeni mupeo hiyo pesa mkule, it gives a very bad impression. It just wholesomely takes us back to the corruption that we are again fighting. and we are trying to give an implication that Kenyans can be bought with money and be swayed, whether they are genuinely bought or not. It gives a very bad impression, and it may make people believe that it's okay now to follow Ruto around because atakupatia pesa. And you never know that people may even decide that it's like we are now okay with 2 term, or we are now okay with Ruto's 2nd term. You know, that impression that it is giving, it is a bad impression. So me, I'm not for that idea to what to if somebody should just come out boldly and condemn that money. In fact, I don't belong to that school of thought ya Gachagua ya kusema kwamba chukuleni hiyo pesa, tokeni mkule hiyo pesa. It is selling us, and it is not playing positively for our movement of fighting corruption and getting rid of that government. Haitusaidii sana Njiru. Hiyo kitu haisaidii. It is a corruption mentality that should be fought in Kenya from all angles. So why people come out be given 1,000? Because tumewambia it's okay. What about if you decide to say it is not okay? It is a shame if you are seen in those meetings at tumepewa 1,000. What about if we launch out campaign? Let me ask people here and those who are listening. How much can 1,000 push somebody? How many meals are those? Yeah. What are we trying to say? If they're not giving you 1,000 by Ruto, hiyo siku watakula, they won't eat food. I mean, they will not have dinner. No, we spreading a wrong message. And Gachagua and all those who keep saying then mukule pesa ya Ruto are giving a wrong messaging. They're giving a very wrong messaging, and they should stop. So that now we openly show there were times that Kenyans stood to their guns, even the days of Moi, you remember. There are times that Kenyans said, no, whether Moi gives us money or not, we no longer care. Why can't we go back to that euphoria and say, Ruto, bring your money, you'll not even have crowds. And we spread that message, and we decide if you are seen in those Ruto's meetings, it is because you are against us. And hii story ati governor lazima aende kwa mkutano ya president, hata hiyo tuache. We stop now. We stop. How much are we going to compromise in the name of looking like we're in the right books? I think I don't agree with that. That is why I'm against that people telling people to go and then mkule pesa. Go eat Ruto's money. I don't agree with that. I highly disagree with that. So you're asking me that Ruto's wave is back? No, Ruto's wave is not back. It is an impression he's trying to give by bribing those crowds and bring them together. Now Gachagua is playing Gachagua on one side, he's the only man who is daring Ruto and embarrassing him and shaming him. He's the only one who is undressing him in public. So we need him. He's the striker. He's a striker. However, I heard the other day he wants to be president. It's okay if he wants to be president. But like Pika Yamesema, if we want Kenya to change, we don't want a Gachagua kind of a president. We have to agree here. We don't want a Gachagua kind of a president. Kama tunataka Kenya isonge, I don't even want a Kalonzo kind of a president, personally. Because however much we feel Kalonzo is selling, because probably people don't think that they're not afraid of Kalonzo, okay, or something like that. I think that's why Kalonzo may be selling. We want somebody who will change Kenya, somebody who is focused on performance and results and accountability. And me and you, all of you know here, so far so good. There is only one person who can do that. That is Fred Okemo Matiang'i. No matter how people disagree with me here, that's my person. That's my man. He's the only one who can bring results to Kenya. Now, Gachagua, it's okay Gachagua going around saying he'll become president. Probably it's going to work for us, because for some time, Ruto may not know who to fight. Okay? If Gachagua says he wants to be president, Kalonzo says he wants to be president, Matiang'i says we want to be president. But maybe pale mwisho, they should come and create a Kibaki Tosha movement for the sake of Kenya. Probably at the end, before the election, they should swallow their pride na waweke Kenya mbele. Waseme Kenya mbele, sisi nyuma, matakwa yetu nyuma. Okay? And let me say this. If for once they create a Kibaki Tosha movement, we'll have a government that is not based on shareholding or or personal interest. We'll have a government that is focused on transforming Kenya and changing Kenya for good. So Njiru umeniuliza kama Ruto's wave is back. No, it is very hard to bring Ruto's wave back, especially in Mount Kenya region. It is like selling pork in Saudi Arabia. It is very hard to bring Ruto's wave back. But he's trying to give that impression that he's back. That is why he's doing all those silly things, nature walk. Kama mtu ako na wazimu. Unajua Ruto ako na wazimu at nature walk. Mpaka he's now walking around with this youngster. This influencer from the US. Now that is a person to walk around with. Can you believe how idle our president is? Mnaona juzi akiongea na tongues. Did you people see Ruto speaking in tongues the other day? 2 or 3 times. That tells you his level of insanity. The guy is not sober. The guy is shaken. And that is why the guy is trying all means to plan how to steal the elections. Because only stealing the elections can bring him back. Even if Gachagua, Kalonzo, and Matiang'i all vie, he cannot defeat them. Only stealing the elections can bring him back. So probably we should also be planning how to stop him from stealing the elections. So that's my take, Njiru. Thank you. Now Njiru has disappeared again.
No, I've not disappeared. I'm here. Where? Siku hizi mutaniingililia kabisa. I'm here. I'm following. Okay, now I want us to go to the issue of Matiang'i now. Now that Julia, you have said Matiang'i is your man.
So before you go there,
okay.
Yes, also before you go there, I want to ask you something. Yeah, go ahead, Bundi.
You know, we have had conversations that we don't go to the archives to remember our conclusions in those conversations so that we don't hype ourselves again. And I'm glad Julia is here. That's why I came back. Julia, I asked you, at what point are we going to say no to Gachagua? I reminded you, we are brooding a monster who actually knows how to grab power. A wounded lion that had already been wounded did not have his own party, embarrassed, taken for a ride, whether we like it or not. That was embarrassing for the guy. And now he resurfaced and took a vacuum that nobody within the political circle, including Kalonzo, who had all the opportunity to take all this. I don't know why he refused. He never saw him anywhere. He doesn't want to criticize the way Gachagua is doing it. And now Gachagua became who he was, not because we wanted it. You knew, we discussed it here. We said, you know what, the guy is the last man standing here. Everybody is quiet. Nobody's coming after these people. We are creating a monster. But the question, at what point are we going to say no to this guy? Do you know whatever we are building is dangerous? We couldn't get the answer. Today we want to come out here to criticize the guy as if he's the one who imposed himself on us. Yet we embraced him with all our hearts. I want to ask Julia the same question. At what point do you want us to leave Gachagua so that you can hold on us, Matiang'i? Answer me, Julia. That's a conversation me and you have had. Don't tell me Matiang'i ABCD. I agree what you are telling me. But when duty calls, nobody's around. When Gachagua goes to America all these days, we shift all our eyes to the US when the guy anaota moto, anaenda weddings, anaongea jioni na marafiki, anaenda for a walk. When the podium is left for everybody in Kenya to do what they are supposed to do, they run away. Now you tell me, did Gachagua create himself or we created him? Did he impose himself on us or we embraced him openly with our hearts? Didn't we know the dangers that we are creating? Didn't we know the historicity of the man? Did the man come without all these controversies that we are talking now? Reminding ourselves of all these controversies as if they are new now. The day I embraced Gachagua, I embraced him with all his nonsense. And I said it here without a doubt. I said, look, we are left here with something that I don't even know Everybody disagreed with me. And I was consistent, persistent, because I knew in politics, that is the only way to remind our brothers, the enemy of your enemy is your friend, whether you like it or not. Now you want us to say, oh, let him go back and be on the second. But he shouldn't be on the front. Who put him on the front? We did it. There was nobody on the front. Even now, nobody has told anybody not to be on the front. I want to know who Gachagua has told not to be on the front so that he can be back. They can be back and Gachagua to be on the front. Let us not brood things that are not existential here. Nobody has put Gachagua on the front. People just chickened out. Kalonzo had a golden opportunity to go to Luo Nyanza, to go to Mombasa. We have spoken all the time. We have tried to urge the guy. Gachagua is doing live TikToks to the Kisi, to the Luyas. Kalonzo has never done that. Kalonzo doesn't want to do that. And then munataka accuse Gachagua. Why are we accusing Gachagua? Why? Me, I'm getting sick and tired of ourselves because we are criticizing ourselves for no reason. Gachagua jasema anataka kuwa at the front. People just don't want to be at the front. Julia, I want you to answer me. At what point should we leave Gachagua? That question has been on you for so long. I want one day we answer it and say, today, let's leave Gachagua. Then we start.
I think she needs to answer it today. So, like, I don't know why, like, Gachagua is irritating both the supporters and anti-supporters. And I don't know. And this is something I want us now to start analyzing. Like, why is this Gachagua hate? Let me not call it. I don't know if it is hatred or what is it. Like, why are people having different opinions with Gachagua, including even people who Gachagua is like saying, he has said like yeye ndiye alileta huyu mbwa mwitu and they want to assist huyu mtu atolewe. And to some extent, na nilisikia hata Stone PK aki-accept jana, he has a little bit toned down. He is not like in the off direction ile alikuanga like in last year. But the question which I'm trying to ask, can we afford our onini, or can opposition afford to fight Gachagua as well moving forward? You know, Gachagua is the end kwa Ruto. Gachagua is the only person ambaye his position is a bit fixed to degree of certainty 85%. I don't think Gachagua can go to Ruto. So the question which I'm asking is, Gachagua atatusaidia bado tukimpiga? Are we going to like or people like Gachagua are not tolerable in politics because he committed an heinous act and he participated in bringing Ruto to power? That is why it is very difficult for him to find another path. Like ni kama alitengeneza ile sin tunasemanga the cardinal sin. Did Gachagua commit the cardinal sin by supporting Ruto such that even if hata akisema he has a little bit understood the geography of our politics, we cannot tolerate him? Mama kunaendelea aje? I need to understand that. Julia?
Okay, I guess you people, I don't want to say you are blowing it. Umpeleka hiyo story ya Gachagua mbali sana. I think you didn't understand my point or even PK's point. Now, let me talk for myself. I am not fighting Gachagua. And I am not of the opinion that Gachagua should be kicked out of the opposition. No. I am of the opinion, for me, he's not my best presidential candidate. That's my opinion. But I am not saying he should be kicked out of that leadership. That's my stand. Okay? Now, at what point do we kick him? We are not going to kick him out. I want to give an example of 2002. Before 2002, Raila Odinga walikuwa wamengangana hawataki hata Mkikuyu, hawataki sijui hawezi kuwa na Mkikuyu kama president ama sijui nini, all that bra. So walikuwa wamengangana. On one side was Raila Odinga and his team. On the other side was Akina Ngilu. In fact, I understand that there was a long night talk that Kibaki should not be brought in as a presidential candidate. There was a fight and a struggle that hatuwezi kuwa na Kibaki kama presidential candidate. But those people had to swallow their pride. They did not support Kibaki because they liked him. They had to swallow their pride. It is not that Odinga didn't want to become president in 2002. It's not that he didn't want to become president. They had to swallow their pride and have Kibaki Tosha movement, because that was the only way of beating Moi. And that is what I am proposing. While all these candidates in their own rights can vie for presidency, that is Gachagua, Kalonzo, Matiang'i, JB Muturi, name them. Even Mother Karua is vying for presidency. They have their rights to vie for presidency. It is their democratic right, and they have qualifications that we can use as presidency. They need to sit down and ask themselves a few questions. Who will beat President Ruto? That is one. Secondly, who will help Kenya? That is the one way of saving Kenya. So me, I am proposing that. While Gachagua is very powerful, and somebody was trying to say Jana, I think Gachagua doesn't have Mount Kenya backing. Gachagua has Mount Kenya backing. In fact, let me say it without fear of contradiction, that I believe that if you are not in DCP, by then nilisafiri nyumbani Njiru, nimejiuliza nilikuwa wapi, nilienda nyumbani. I was home this Christmas. Now, in Mount Kenya region, anybody vying outside DCP, even Jubilee haitatomboa Mount Kenya, itakuwa ngumu sana. I'm trying to say that I know PK will disagree with me, but I tell you, it will be an uphill task to fight a DCP candidate in Mount Kenya region. It will be an uphill task. Because kuna hiyo wave saa hizi. Nienda kule kwetu Nyandarua. Kuna wave. Kuna hata sitting MPs, they are trying to figure out how they'll vie through DCP. Because kuna hiyo wave ya DCP. Hakuna lingine. That's a fact. So Gachagua is a force to reckon. So we are not trying to kick him out of. We're not gonna kick him. He's gonna be very powerful, for your information, and he's likely to have the majority of members of parliament. So he's gonna be very, very powerful. But me, I am saying this: if you can remember how Raila Odinga has acted those years, especially in 2002, you see, PK said something. While we are cheering Gachagua, all of us, because he's a daredevil man. We are cheering him on and on. I'm still cheering him on. Na hata jana ameanza mwaka mpya kwa kishindo. I'm very pleased. He has kept Ruto on toes. He's giving Ruto a heartache and pressure. You the pressure tunataka. When he opens his mouth and says I'll vie for presidency, does he receive the same cheers he receives when he's attacking Ruto? I think he's an intelligent man, and he can weigh the two responses. I think he's a very smart man, and he knows how to gather intelligence too. And he can weigh the two responses. And I feel like when he says he'll vie for presidency, he's asserting himself. And when he said that, I took it positively, because you cannot be walking around fighting Ruto and then you say you are there seated, people waiting for you to pronounce somebody. You know, somebody like Kalonzo was not very active, because he had these high hopes. Ati Gachagua atasema Kalonzo tosha. Kalonzo for some time he was just there idling, chit-chatting, hoping that Gachagua will say Kalonzo tosha. But now that Gachagua has said he's vying for presidency, I think Kalonzo's ears and eyes gonna wake up. He's gonna wake up from his deep sleep, and he may engage another extra gear. Now, Matiang'i, recently, in the recent past, he has engaged an extra gear. I like that. So me, I'm saying this. It is my hope that Gachagua will create another Kibaki Tosha movement, because he has enough intelligence to know that while people cheer him on as he fights Ruto, I don't think he gets the same cheer on when he decides to say, I'm vying for presidency. It is just common sense. He can gather enough intelligence there. So it is not us who are going to dump them. Alex asked me, what time are we going to push? We are not going to push Gachagua away. We need him. We need him to mobilize those MPs. We need him to mobilize those numbers. Gachagua can even mobilize numbers in Masai Land. He can. He can get representation in the whole of Narok, Kajiado. He can get represent. Gachagua can sweep South Rift with his DCP. He can mobilize. We need him to mobilize those numbers. So he's going to be part of the coming government. That's when we have to accept that. And me, I have no problem with that. I just don't want him to be the presidential candidate because I feel like the same cheers he gets when he's fighting Ruto are not the same cheers he will get when he decides to vie for presidency. That's my take. So maybe it's just Gachagua afukuzwe ama aende hapana. I don't mean that. No. He's part of the opposition. He's part of this war. And he's the one holding the bull by the horns. It is like Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga in 2002. Let me say this. If Raila Odinga had not said Kibaki Tosha movement, you people, do you know that Uhuru would have won? Kama Raila Odinga angesema hivyo. But he went ahead and did that. Why? Raila Odinga in 2002 was in the same position Gachagua is now. While Raila Odinga was the most aggressive politician then, and the most powerful, and the one who was moving forces. Raila Odinga knew that he did not receive the same cheer as when he was fighting, as when he vied for. If Raila Odinga was going to vie for presidency, Uhuru was going to win. Raila Odinga knew, with his intelligence, he gathered enough intelligence to know that. So I hope even Gachagua can gather enough intelligence to know what I'm trying to say now. That's my take.
Okay, sawa Julia. So you seem to be still you understand the influence of Gachagua in Mlima. So there is a question now which I want us now to ask ourselves, and now Nambudi ameenda nilikuwa nikitaka
Julie nani?
Okay, go ahead.
Kabla uendelee nani? Wetawale. Hello?
Sasa ujui majina yetu pekee.
Unajua it's because Julia, karibu sana by the way. We were joking when we say inaonekana kuna mambo imeenda, kumbe ulikuwa 254. Thank you. Kwa hivyo wewe uko na ground vile ina the heartbeat of the ground. That's wonderful. Bundi ameenda, and I wanted him to listen to this because he's so passionate about Gachagua. Everybody else is, but you know, for me, I like calling it as it is. In my version, I don't say it is finality. And Julia, thank you for quoting me very verbatimly. One, let me begin by talking about the Kibaki moment. I would want people to go back and research why Raila had that Kibaki moment, because out of our commentators here, sijasikia mtu ambaye anajua exactly what transpired. I want you, and I'm not going to tell you what it was. I want to, maybe if you can, the next podcast when we shall be doing it, I want somebody to come and bring me, because I want to hear what you know about that Kibaki moment, Kibaki Tosha moment. Why Baba? That moment, Kibaki Tosha, what transpired and exactly why it came the way it came. Wacha niache hiyo. Maybe comment section where they have some wherever. You can explain if you're in comment section and you know exactly, you have researched, you've heard about it, then we will share that. Secondly, we are not saying that Gachagua he should be pushed away, he should not be doing this. But personally, as Stone PK, what I'm saying is, and Julia, thank you for seeing it the same way, is that Gachagua cannot be going asking, and he should not present himself as the president of this country. On the ground, wale wako US, UK, nini, munatumia desk and you are using media. Ask Julia. Ask somebody. I think Njiru, when we open Nini from next week, we should have time to call people on the ground, ask people on the ground to tell us. People, and Julia has put it very well, in Mlima, by the way, chances of you gaining MCA, MP, any seat, bila kusema DCP itakuwa ni a very steep climb. Why? Because that is the wave. Nobody is disputing it. Nobody is disputing that. It is the wave. And it is the hate wave. Hate towards who? Hate towards the oppression, the suppression, the depression that people are going through. Na uzuri nani amebroadcast akaambia watu hii safari yote ni kwa sababu ya this Kasongo. So the leader is who? Is Gachagua. So watu wamekubali because kila mtu, anybody hata akigongwa akihengo kidole kai baba Kasongo, hiyo mawe kama Kasongo angekuwa kwa serikali, hii barabara ingekuwa imetengenezwa. Ukikwama kwa matope, who do you think ni ule uliambua na Gachagua pesa imeibiwa, imekuliwa? Is it news? It's not news. This is what has been happening even during Uhuru's time. Kasongo was with Uhuru when things were going south. When Uhuru was crying and confessing 2 billion is being lost every day. Nitafanya nini? Na akauliza mnataka nidu? Kasongo was there. Ndiye alikuwa ameshika Uhuru hizi vitu mbili, sitaki kutaja, kengele mbili. Is Kasongo alikuwa amezifinya hivi. Uhuru akiongea anafinywa hivi. Okay? So na akifinywa hivyo, huyu mtu ndio tukakuja tukauziwa na one of our own. So tusianze kuwa emotional about it. Yeah? There are all the blunders that this guy did, but thank God. We always say, worse is when you don't realize your sins. Once you confess, you come this side, is very welcome. And nobody is saying that, oh, ati sijui atatupwa atafanywa nini. And by the way, let me demystify this. There was no vacuum, even when he was in the US. People have different styles and systems and ways of praising or putting on their rebellion. You don't want Kalonzo to go shouting like Gachagua. Tuache hiyo naivety. You don't want Matiang'i to use vulgar language like nani hao wengine wana. Tuache hiyo. Wakenya, we get too low and too cheap and we start thinking kidogo sana. Kila mtu has his own language. Tafadhali. And that's why I want Kenyans. Can we start studying characters? Can we start studying characters? Research on characteristics of these people we have. Who is Matiang'i as a character, not as a tribe, not as anything. Remember, Gachagua said, enda Kisii, organize Kisii ukuje. Who dare say those kind of things in this time and era? Just because wewe ulizaliwa mahali watu ni wengi, you think wewe sasa hiyo ndio umungu. No. Those are some of the unfortunate statements that a state person, a leader of a country, of a state, should never, ever talk like that. There are people who never mention those kind of things. Kibaki is one of them. Nobody, nowhere you will hear Kibaki alikuwa anaongea juu ya numbers. We know Kikuyus ni wengi, of course, according to statistics that are given historically. Yeah, but do you have to tell people that? I come from a community that is maybe 400,000 people. Do you have to tell me, enda kwanza uunganishe hao watu wako ndio ukuje uniambie wako wangapi? You know already we are 300,000. So why are you mocking me? Who tells you Stone PK today if I vie for presidency? All the Mberes will vote for me, whether I talk to them or I don't talk to them. That is, you can take it to any bank. So it is not in good taste for a scholar, for somebody of this stature. Sasa naambia Njiru kwanza wenda uangalie uleta Waembu, or put Waembu together. What is this putting people together that we talk about? That's another garbage I want us to demystify. And in the 2026-27 politics, to watch this nonsense of somebody saying he's putting people together. Kenyans correlate the way they want. Wacha tukutuambia uende ukaweke wa Masai pamoja. That's nonsense. It's garbage. Today I have a presidential candidate from Masai. They will all support him. 90+%. Let's get out of this very old stuff that has made us slaves of mediocrity. All right? There is nothing that Gachagua is doing to mobilize Mulima, at putting Mulima together and all that. Hiyo tuachane na hiyo. Mulima are together because of the punishment they have gotten. And Mulima's punishment is not Gachagua's punishment. But Gachagua's punishment is Mulima's punishment. Because why? He was there as their presidential or deputy president. Okay? So let's not try to think that, oh, you know, now Mulima will do what they want to do just because of Gachagua. What if he drops dead today? God forbid. Mulima will not move. Tuache hiyo. Tuachane na hiyo kabisa tuangalie characters. All right? Now, what can jeopardize our fight to remove Ruto? Because that's key. Fight to remove Ruto. The things that can jeopardize that is when we try to posture this issue of Mulima ndio itadominate. Kenyans are fed up with the Mulima leadership. For you information, it doesn't feel nice. It doesn't taste good. And they are fed up with the Kalenjin leadership. Rift Valley, that side. That has been coming out, not Stone PK saying. Even it came out from leadership. That si lazima tukue kabila hii, or oscillating between two. It has gone to that very, very nasty level. When people start saying, kwani tutakuwa tunaongozwa na kabila mbili tu. Why are we ignoring this? This is from the voters. Kenya today, 2026, they are ready to have Adorobo as a president. Take that to any bank. Today, Kenyans are ready to even hear a presidential candidate from Luya community. Na ninawaambia ukweli, watu watake wasitake. Today, we get a presidential candidate from Luya, people will rally behind that person. From Coast, Giriana, people will rally because of wataangalia character. Ni nani huyu? Character. They will not look at the tribe. And I'm so happy that we are there in 2026, 2027. This is it. And this is what we call, it is unstoppable turning point in our politics. That's why I was crying and saying, can now the opposition stop even looking at Gachagua, Kalonzo and all that and focus on IBC? Tuache maneno Gachagua has done this and anaongea juu ya Kasongo. By the way, whatever he talks about Kasongo, I'll repeat this a million times. There is no news. Can Gachagua now, okay, if he's the most vocal, aweke a drill bit towards IBC so that we drill that hole. I wish Gachagua is listening to me. Focus on IBC, tuwafukuze mbio. Hata kama ni kuwafukuza tukichoma hiyo ofisi. Tuwatimue mbio waende na akina Kamango. We dismantle that and put in place an IPPG semblance of election overseeing body. For me, that's what I'm looking at. I'm not, because we can fight, oh, Gachagua is the best, but surely we have forgotten that there will be a referee who is already compromised and as rotten as it can be. That is where I wish we could go. So all these other things, it doesn't matter. Of course, everyone would want to be president in a country called Kenya because as president, you steal, you do all those kind of things. All right. And looking at your past records of some of these people, they are thieves. You know, even if they are in opposition. By thieves, I mean you've been involved in some deals here and there. Okay, you are not as clean as Pamba, but we want to tolerate you. So subject of huyu ndio better than this, tuachane na hiyo. And then subject of I have this number of votes, you have this number of votes, tuache hiyo. Wakenya hawataki hiyo. Wakenya wanataka a leader that will come and put things back to normal: education, health, shelter, and all these kind of things. Whether you come from the minority of the minority. Okay. By the way, Kenya will transform into not issue of numbers, because numbers, you play with the numbers when you have equal playing ground. That's why I think Kenya, there will be a revolution very day soon. There will be a revolution which will not be sweet, because people will say, oh, mnaongea juu ya numbers. How about wale namba yao ni ndogo? What will happen? Yeah. The so-called Kibaki moment. Oh, so mnaenda hivi mnasema Kibaki moment. Oh, mnashout hivi. How about sisi wadogo wadogo tukikutana tuseme it's XYZ moment? What will happen? Where are we are degenerating into very, 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 very risky levels. Back to you, Njiru.
PK, kuna comment I would like you to respond hapo kwa kuna mtu anauliza swali, maybe you can explain to them. Anaitwa Paula somebody that one thing. Okay, no, sio huyo. Paula, yes, Kibaki movement is just a wave which came from nowhere. Even Raila was going to announce Nyachae Tosha, but he found himself saying hata Kibaki anatosha. Can you tell them why Raila had to actually say Kibaki anatosha? Because like I'm saying, Raila Odinga did not want Kibaki to become president. That is why even that union did not stay long, did not take long. Ilivunjika tu, no sooner had they entered the government. So
Julia,
can you
thank you.
explain to them?
Yes, thank you, Paul. I think Paul is the one who has asked that. Paul Kisianga. Julia, thank you so much. And Paul, this is what happened. Raila was never for Kibaki. Take that to any bank. Never. He was never, not even Kibaki, for Kikuyu leadership. Now, for those who are young, you don't know the bitter fruit between Luos and Kikuyus. And I'm talking about this because it is obvious. It is not some PK inventing. It has been a bitter war. And it has its history, which I'm not going to explain. Mkikuyu na Mjaluo in leadership, not natural, not raia wa kawaida, in leadership, Kenyan leadership. It has been a very bad relationship. You can research later, you like it, you don't like it. It has been a bad relationship that people have been trying to cure up and down. So there is no way that huyu nani Kibaki would have supported Raila would have supported Kibaki. But what happened, because there was Nyachae, okay, who Nyachae, by the way, never even said Kibaki tosha. When they were getting out of that room, because it was Kibaki, Raila, and who? Nyachae. Nyachae being a Kisi. Okay? And of course, I think there were others, but these were the three top leaders. Raila also realized he cannot make it because Kibaki had the numbers by virtue of being a Kikuyu. Okay? Now, then Raila had disagreed they had agreed with the Nyachae that it will be either Nyachae or Raila. But last minute, Nyachae said, no, ni mimi. Because Nyachae was also a fighter. So by the time they were concluding this and coming out, Raila, of course, with this trickery thing, he realized that here, even if I said Nyachae tosha, Kikuyus will not vote for him. So he will lose. And where will I be? Where will I be? This is where now as a leader, you look at your selfish thing. So he wanted to be in and he wanted to steal the moment, which is it's allowed. So he stole the moment by quickly changing. He never consulted anybody, by the way. He just came out, gave his speech, and everyone in that area, in that space, was surprised, totally surprised. And we can replay that, by the way, Njiru, even now. When he talked, he gave a speech, and then ended up with kwani tukisema kwani Kibaki hatoshi. Then there was jubilation and everything. Nyachae was not there. I think Nyachae has remained behind at Serena, and Nyachae was mad and blew off. And Nyachae died. Hata walikuwa bado hawajarudiana vizuri na nani and this guy. So it was not from nowhere. No. It was Raila's witty way of, he weighed the situation. He realized which part, where will I be? And when he said Kibaki tosha, he was taken like Anjamba. And this is how Kikuyus behave. They started singing praises of Raila as Anjamba. Jamba is a hero for having pronounced Kibaki. when they went into government. Did it last? As Julia, you put it very well. No, it was full of problems. Why? Because it was not really sincere. These are some of the things we need to try and follow and study. Okay, so it was never, it was a convenient, moment of convenience. Okay, as part of the moment, because these guys were told by wananchi who were waiting in there at Uhuru Park, wakasema mkitoka hapo Serena, kama mjasema ni nani tutawachoma. And remember, Kalonzo was not there. Kalonzo, because the situation ilikuwa normal, ilikuwa deadly, with his nature and character, kaona akiangai vandingwa vandiethwa nevo nundu vethwa ve mwaki. Yani hapa sitakuwa, because itakuwa ni moto. What do? You abscond. When you abscond, people will start wondering, ni woga ni nini na nini. He absconded. He was not there. then he later came in between. You see, again, these are some of the tactics people use. That's why you find even in parliament, when people are doing something that you feel you can't be in either side, you abscond. Italewekwa kwa record, you never voted, other than voting outright. Nafikiria hapo nimefika mwisho. Njiru.
Okay, sawa for that.
Julia, does that sound okay? Is Paul Kisianga feeling like
yes. That's why I'm
explained that it was not from nowhere. It was
okay.
A quick thinking of Raila. Yes, Njiru.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want us to.
Njiru, I mean, yes, PK. So that's why I was trying to say that all these people, like PK has said, they want to be president. For one of them is still government resources.
Are you talking? I'm on the Minsiski.
Oh, Mulamuniski.
Nakusikia, Julia.
So I'm trying to say that all these people want to be president for reasons that one of them is to steal government resources. Secondly, is to be powerful. But now we need a solution. I hope they are seeing Kenya from the eye. We are seeing Kenya, that we need to solve this problem once and for all. So they need to create another Kibaki Tosham. Whether they like each other or not, they have to. They have no choice. That's my take.
Okay, sawa. So now, let's go to that Kibaki creation moment. And Budu was here, and he did not exhaustively talk about Matiang'i, and I wanted us today to talk about Matiang'i. He just said that they were discussing about his speech in a certain forum, and frankly speaking, Julia, if you are a follower of Matiang'i, you should be one of the happiest person today, because by analysis and by talking with so many people, people are praising the speech of Matiang'i today, which he has given in somewhere in Mugoga. He was in a church service in Mugoga, and it was one of the subtle speech where he was even giving some friendly attacks to the government. Matiang'i atakingi sana. So unasikia anasema badala ya kusolve maneno ya shule wanaongea maneno ya Singapore. That's how Matiang'i attacks. But when I looked at Matiang'i, I saw like somebody who is starting from low going high. And I compared it to the equivalent ya vile ndege inaendanga pole. And now, as you see now, Matiang'i refining his speech, you now see Gachagua on the other hand, they are trying to unite with Uhuru, because today also Gachagua and Uhuru, today Gachagua talked too much about Uhuru. So you have to work a candle. So I want us to focus on this issue of Matiang'i. He is one of our players in opposition, obvious, and that's why we are looking at them. You know, if we have a team with good people, all of them, the better, who are of equivalent. If we are, I don't think we will get hungry if we have spoiled of choices. So if Matiang'i comes out to be having the demeanor, but in that speech of Matiang'i today, what wamesikiliza because tumeicheza hapa, Matiang'i demeanor is coming out very well. He looks presidential. His speech is kuna vile hiyo speech ya Matiang'i leo imetokezea. So I want us to react to Matiang'i demeanor, composure, strategy, and focus together with is it sustainable? And once the other presidential candidates see can they now also start seeing Matiang'i as a competitive person now? Can Kalonzo start seeing Matiang'i as a competitive person? Can Natembeya start seeing Mbudi amerudi? Can Natembeya start seeing Matiang'i as a competitive person? Because I think that is where politics start, by respect. Respect, like in football, when you are players, when you are number 10 or number 9, you believe that number 10 can score mpira ikipitia kwa wing yake, or number 7 can do the scoring. So can now the united opposition reach a level where by now they can now start understanding that based on what is happening, some of the actors within now the united opposition, they now seem to have capacity to be presidents. They might not be having that hot, extreme rhetoric we might want. And based on the way Matiang'i was speaking, I would want somebody to expound for me on strategy. And based on that, can now Matiang'i be able now to become now a unifying factor? And can the other united opposition guys, including Akina Martha Karua, do they now feel like Matiang'i, I'm squaring specifically for, because we have been waiting for Matiang'i for long. Tumesikiliza speech zake na speech zake hazikuwa zinatoka. I hope this was the beginning of the many good speeches he will be giving, because speech ya Matiang'i, it was top notch. If you listen to that speech of Matiang'i, it is a masterclass where he was able to dissect. So there is attacks, there is and there is a focus of what he wants to do even in his presidential race. So the question which I'm trying to ask each one of us is, do you feel now that the united opposition needs to reach a level where by now they need to start respecting each other and feel they have close to equal capacity, each one of them? And can they now be able to reach to a level where by now they have now to start analyzing strengths of each other? And now anzia sasa kutruncate, wanzie kusema which is the easiest path to produce a president. Have we reached a point where by now they need to start to analyze which is the shortest path among the 5 people we have to produce a president? That is my question. So tuanzie na Jerome Mwaura ama? Jerome Mwaura, are you there? So I can begin with Jerome Mwaura. Then because Stony PK and Julia mumekuwa mukioslate, nitawacha kidogo. I want Budi to begin with that, now that I cannot see Jerome Mwaura. So I want Budi to react to that. Then after Budi amemalizia Julia and Stony PK, you can pick in that manner. I want us to exhaust that now. Have we reached the level where by now the opposition can now start treating each other as equal partners and anyone can become a president? Budi, take over. Mr. Budi, uwanja ni wako? Unless you left the... Okay.
Now, for me, I just came up not for your question, but for the Kibaki moment. So if you want to handle this, you handle it, and then I'll come back for the Kibaki moment issue.
No, you can, so that we can be in a flow, you can handle the Kibaki moment. Then once you finish the Kibaki moment, we will rotate to Matiang'i issue. It's fine. You can handle Kibaki moment because it was there.
A lot happens in the back door of negotiations, and what we think we know sometimes we may never be able to know for many, many years. However, when it comes to the issue of the close proximity between Nyachae and Kipkalia Corners, who actually asked him to work with Raila Amolo Odinga after the fall, after the famous KANU saga that made Uhuru to be announced as the flag bearer. There was the formation of the Rainbow Coalition. And Kibaki at that time was actually with a group of Luo Nyanza leaders who had rebelled and sought election through a Social Democratic Party. One second. And those included Orengo, Anyang' Nyong'o, and a group of people who believed to work against Raila Amolo Odinga. So they came together, they formed NAC, the original NAC. And they were competitors. They were the ones that actually were the alternative of KANU, the new KANU. So the new KANU had proposed, and they didn't know that Moi was going to bring Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in. So it was a surprise that they wouldn't live with. Remember, people like Saitoti were there, and all these people who rebelled, who went with a party called LDP in the Rainbow Coalition, to come and with the NAC to contest the 2002. So that history is important for you to understand how the negotiation of Kibaki and the alternative started, and who asked the alternative, which was the rebels within the new KANU, to speak with now the former opposition, which also included the rebels within the Nyanza region. Now, Kipkalias Kones was the hegemon there. And how the negotiation started, we are not going to be privy and go deep into that. The same way Stone PK say that these negotiations, we cannot go to excavate them to understand. But on the periphery, the person that was to be a referee between these two, because remember they were coming both from Nyanza, which was another complex issue, okay? So they were also shopping on a national platform to make a national coalition. So I think there is a lot to look at before we castigate Raila Amolo Odinga. It has been said by Kipkalias Kones himself that one of the reasons why the Nyachae Tosha moment could not come quickly is because Nyachae also was a difficult man to negotiate with. And in as much as we embrace Nyachae as our own, Nyachae was not an easy man to deal with. Okay? So when they set up meetings, it was under his terms and condition, because he was moneyed and he didn't care about the support. He wanted an endorsement, not negotiation. When the issue of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta came in, the people who had bankrolled Kibaki for so long, and you know who they were, who became the defense ministers later on in the coalition that did not choose them. They did not choose. They went and supported Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. They made Kibaki to be so weak. So when we start saying that Raila was not for Kibaki, those are lies that are being peddled that we cannot agree to. You go believe what you want to believe in. It is your right. But you are not putting into content and context into a man who had looked at these men before and told them that KANU can never come out of power, ni kama mugumo tree being cut by what? So you have to look at the history
that brought these people together against the grain so that they can work against the tide that Moi had complicated by bringing a new young boy who nobody thought in the wildest dream that Moi could endorse. And Moi forced, totally forced. And from history now, you can understand that the Jirongos were part and parcel of this. Jirongo, before he died, he said, we had to force Moi for a young person, which was good then. You know, which was good now as we look into retrospective, but very unpopular at that particular time. And they had to come and ask, if the whole mountain will go for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, how do we get Kanu out of power? That was the question that was asked. Nyachae did not care about that. Nyachae, what he cared was for the endorsement, nothing else, whether he wins or not. The new equation had come. What do we do? Nyachae did not want. Eventually, Kipkalias connects himself before he died. Remember the aeroplane that he died? He had given an interview how they were left in a conundrum and in a limbo on what to do. In one hand, Nyachae is his best friend. On the other hand, the mathematics is not working. Moi had done his mathematics very well, so they had to rush so quickly. And the good thing about Kibaki, he embraced the negotiations and came on board. And this was also came on board. Remember, there were people who rebelled from Kanu, but did not want Kibaki to be endorsed, who came very late. So when we give that history on the context, not on the content, it becomes very unfair. Because I've seen many people being happy that, after all, even Raila did not want. Who wanted Kibaki to be the president in 2002? The whole of Kenya. Who? At that particular, not even in our area. But the moment Raila said Kibaki Tosha, and they explained the problem and the matrix, we gave Nyachae all the members of parliament and denied him completely the presidency, because even us, we were sick and tired of the Kanu regime. So it is okay to say what was in the boardroom, but it's okay also to elaborate so that we don't go back to history and understand that these were friends, they were not antagonists, and the negotiation, how they came on board and who brought them on board, and the complex issues they were facing. And when the mathematics was done, that's the same thing we are telling these people. Sit down, look at the math. I have said several times, if we go by what we are seeing today, if we go by what the history of voting in Kenya is telling us, let's be honest. Does Nyachae stand? Does Matiang'i stand the chance, or do we leave the canvas out? PK himself, not Stone PK, the other PK who is a Kamba, has come and say, "I would want a Matiang'i presidency." But let's be honest here. Numbers sometimes play a key role. So strategically, it is not that Kibaki was said Kibaki Tosha because he was the best and he was the most trusted at that particular time. No, there was a reason. And there were negotiations. There was give and take. Nyachae refused most of the give. He just wanted to take. And later on, Nyachae would candidly speak and say there are things he didn't agree on that allowed negotiation to be on a standstill. So I've seen people like Annie being so happy that, oh, he never wanted. No, I mean, let's be honest. Give credit where it's due. Yes, at first he may not have to, but when he finally endorsed, he single-handedly campaigned for the man when he was where? He was sick.
We cannot just rubbish that history like that. It pains me that in the coalition, as long as you achieve what you want, you can go back and badmouth that people. If it's that how coalitions work, for me, I would just tell my Luo brothers, my friends, you know the history very well. And if that's what is about to happen, just go where you are and be comfortable, because if history is about to repeat the same way, that you know what, you never helped this presidency, you never wanted this presidency, you rather go where you're comfortable then. But in coalition making, we don't just talk like that. Coalitions are very difficult and very delicate. I have told Njiru several times, go put the clip of Duma Moko speaking of the difficult nature of how Botswana came with the present coalition that had to win against Masisi. He said there are times he cried, he refused, he will never. He'd rather give it to the smallest party, but as long as they stick together. The matrix was more important than the person. The matrix of winning, the winning formula to get Masisi, because education had become so bad, the issue of the judiciary had become so bad, the country had gone to the swamp. All they wanted is to make sure that they resuscitate that country back to something that was functional. Coalition making is not as easy as we may think. So we cannot come through history and say this person actually never wanted. That really hurt me. But you know what? In politics, you gotta get hurt.
Okay, wow. So Stony PK, I think that was a good explanation. So could you veer off to the story of Matiang'i now? Because I asked that question. Stony PK, are you there? Stony PK? Kwani watu wameenda? Aya, Budi, would you touch the story of Matiang'i as we wait for others to nini? Like, is it have now the other people now understood that they are now equal competitors in the matrix, or how should we now start playing this one? Because now it looks like some people have started now acclimatizing. Go ahead. Budi, you can react to that as well as I wait for Stone PK, right? Stone PK, are you there? Budi, unaweza endelea na story ya Matiang'i? Although I know you are privy, you don't want to handle it now. Do you want to handle it now? What has happened in the studio? Budi, can you hear me? Jerome Maura, are you there? Stony PK, are you there? Hey. Okay, sawa. Budi, are you there? Ya, ni kama watu wamepotea.